Habari za asubuhi. Mimi naitwa Ika Makindara, ni mmiliki na mkurugenzi wa Prestige Schools ambapo nina daycare na primary school. Pia ninafanya sana community work. Ni mwenyekiti wa Kilimanjaro Heritage ambapo tunaangalia mambo ya heritage and culture. Pia ni mkurugenzi wa Seeds of Hope ambayo ni NGO ya kusaidia watu wenye mahitaji tofauti tofauti. Asante.
Good morning everyone. Naitwa Daria Makaramba, ni owner na managing director wa Daria Designs in a fashion brand company, na ni mshiriki wa WCW wa mwanzo kabisa.
Good morning. Naitwa Rehema Mari Mfinanga, ninatokea Morogoro. Nina kampuni inaitwa biashara inaitwa Devanga International, ni coach, life coach.
Wow, asante sana.
Nafanya online na physical. Karibuni, na pia na kwenye marriage life.
Oh, great. Asante, thanks for that. Kama umetoka mkoa fulani au a different country, please state where you're coming from so that we know. Thanks.
Habari za asubuhi. Naitwa Helen Shirima. Mimi niko under GMT for program na nadili na poultry business. Ni mkulima, nina shamba liko Mapinga na sambaza kuku retail and wholesale. Karibuni sana.
Good morning. Heshima kwa wakubwa zangu. Naitwa Mary Immaculate Kavishe, ni creative designer na owner wa Immaculate Designs, na jishughulisha na biashara ya ushonaji. Karibuni sana.
Good morning. Well, naitwa Happiness Steven, ni founder wa kampuni inaitwa Afro Nature Company Limited. We are consulting farm to seaweed farmers. We also transport seaweed to, different regions here in Tanzania and globally actually as well. We also do the value addition to seaweed, like we have fertilizer, we have powder, we have gels and beauty products. Yeah, thank you.
Asubuhi. Kwa majina naitwa Eni Allen Mwakajila, ni founder and CEO wa Tanzanite Women Microfinance. Ni taasisi ndogo ya kifedha, ilikuwa na lengo ya kumuinua mwanamke katika mambo ya financial inclusion, kwa sababu wanawake wengi wanashindwa kupata hizi facilities zinazotolewa na bank. Kwa tuko kwa ajili ya kuwainua, kuwaempower wanawake na vijana. Tuko Dar es Salaam. Asante.
Asante. Can you go back to the table? This table. Hii hapa ambayo hajajitambulisha this side. Yeah, that one. Going this way. Yes, thanks.
Good morning. Kwa majina naitwa Messi Ruhanga Mchechu, ni mkurugenzi wa shule za Right Way Schools ambazo tuko Mbezi Beach. Tunakata from 6 months to 14 years old kujaribu kuwa empower wakawa global citizens. Lakini pia ni mkurugenzi wa kampuni inaitwa Mind Foundation, ni non-governmental organization ambayo na yenyewe inadili katika empowering youth and children, lakini hasa boy child. Asante sana.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sylvester Runyanga. I'm from GMT. I'm a monitoring and evaluation specialist. I'm from Zimbabwe.
Good morning. My name is Christine Muyama, and I'm from the Grassa Machel Trust. I am the advocacy specialist, and I'm based in Uganda. Thank you.
Habari za asubuhi. Naitwa Nyendo Kinyonga, ni environmental consultants na nafanya kazi na New Faces New Voice Tanzania chapter kwenye
initiative ambayo inasaidia wanawake, tunasema women financial inclusion. Kwa hiyo mimi ni among the team kwenye hiyo Women Leadership in Financial Inclusion Initiative.
Good morning. My name is Wilfrida Grace Mahalu. Mimi ni multifunctional, so to speak, being I think the eldest in this room. Mimi ni mchumi, lakini at the same time pia ni mwanasheria and an advocate. Lakini I'm here more so for a project that I'm so passionate about. It's about garment manufacturing, but it's more we focus on professional workwear, industrial, health sector, education sector, and the like, uniforms in general, and more specialized workwear. Asanteni sana. Sorry, we are based at Ubongo Industrial Complex. We are situated between TGNP, for those who know, and Institute of Transport. Thank you.
Asante. Good morning, everyone. My name is Carol Ndosi. I am a farmer recently. I'm also an entrepreneur in Chomanyama.
Wanafunzi tunahudumia kina mama, ni huduma mama inahitaji mmoja wetu ikiwepo mimi mwenyewe. Asanteni sana.
Asante. The lady who just walked in, naomba ujitambulishe in brief, and then we'll move to the gentleman here, and then we end with those two ladies that side.
Oh wow, hata muda wa kupumua. Sorry, I'm late though. My name is Amina Lueno. I am a CEO of Mina's Beauty Studio. I'm a makeup artist and hairstylist. I'm very happy to be here.
You're warmly welcome. You know, when it comes to makeup, you can't rush. Please come to the gentleman here.
Habari asubuhi, naitwa Joseph Manirakiza, ni program manager ya Funguo Innovation Program, and I about that.
Okay, karibu sana. But who haven't introduced, you see the data in front. We can pause. Once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. African women. Yes. So some of you have been hearing GMT. People keep saying GMT. Abbreviation. So GMT is Graça Machel Trust. Did I pronounce that right? Graça Machel Trust. It's a Pan-African advocacy organization which was established in 2010. You'll hear more about that later from those that said they're from GMT. Having said that, it's a Pan-African organization that has programs across Africa. I heard we have a sister from Uganda, Mwasuze Mucha Nyabo. We have a brother from Zimbabwe, Makadini. Yes, so right now we're going to pause for coffee. I'm very African. I speak several African languages. I'm proudly African. So we're going to pause now for coffee and tea break. So karibuni wote. I see Madam Carol has already. She said nyama. Did you hear her say nyama? Yes. So by the means, please, as you, anybody can tell you, have some nyama and some coffee and tea, and then we'll be back and officially. You can use both of the doors just to exit for coffee break. So let's all just and get back in the room. Thank you. Wageni waliko, karibuni chai na kahawa hapo nje tafadhali. Tuko nyuma ya muda kidogo. Asante. Once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Habari za asubuhi. You're all welcome to the Women Creating Wealth Entrepreneurs Day. We are here to celebrate programs that have been ongoing since 2016 to date in 3, 4, and now 7 different countries that are focusing on equipping women. And the main goal is equipping women entrepreneurs with skills. This is what the courses, this is what the programs have been focusing on. Sorry, can I please have your attention? So what Women Creating Wealth does, and the reason we're here is because they have this program of creating women, equipping women entrepreneurs with skills, with confidence, with tools and networks to transform their businesses from income generation to wealth. So we're here, we're going to experience some of those skills that these women have been equipped with. We're going to also experience their confidence, and they're going to showcase some of the programs that they've done. I would like to recognize the following groups that are all here this morning. Can I please have all the alumni wave their hands? The Women Creating Wealth alumni from 2016, 2017, and now 2023. Put your hands, 2023, vigelegele wanawake. Yeah, women in the house. Where there are women, there's usually vigelegele. I would like to introduce and also appreciate that there's intergenerational. So there's just the young, the old, and the mixed. And that's what they do. Not old. Okay, the different age, the double numbers and higher. Yes, yes. I'd like to also recognize the host, who's a network of African business women. Can you just raise your hands? People from the African Network of African Business. Networking is everything. That's why we're emphasizing, if you're here, make sure you network. I'd like to recognize those from AFAWA, the initiative by the African Development Bank on financial inclusion. AFAWA. Yes, GMT Network, so we have the advocacy team, the New Faces, New Voices Network, and the Women in Agribusiness. Just wave your hand if you're from the GMT, plus the Women in Media. Do we have Women in Media as well? Women in Media here, yes. Raise your hands. All the stakeholders, the speakers, recognize you. Guests, ladies and gentlemen, habari za asubuhi. Having said that, I'm going to welcome Miss Anna Bahati Mlay, a woman, an African woman who's so passionate about growth, an African woman who wants to make sure that the goal of, so the Women Creating Wealth goal is, it's about reaching 5,000 women in 3 years, creating 200,000 jobs, and making sure that these women contribute 1 billion to the budget of Africa. Welcome, Ms. Anna Bahati Mlay. She's the country manager of Women Creating Wealth.
Thank you so much, Subira. What an honor. It's truly a privilege and an honor to be standing before you this morning on behalf of Women Creating Wealth and on behalf of GMT. First of all, to welcome each and every one of you to this session, but also to have our gathering in celebration of the Global Entrepreneurship Week, and this is the Tanzania version. We actually started doing this in South Africa 2 days ago, right, Gloria? We had a global celebration. So it's not just us who are doing this. At GMT, entrepreneurship is one of the biggest work that we are doing with women, developing entrepreneurs. So we decided to join the efforts to make sure that we're celebrating this week. So on behalf of GMT and the Women Creating Wealth family, I would like to extend our sincere gratitude for creating time within your busy schedule to join us today. Asanteni sana. And to all our stakeholders who are here today, I know the guest of honor will join us later, our presenters, our panelists, Women Creating. Let's wave for ourselves and clap for ourselves.
I can see a number of us joined us today. Hatujaisingizia mvua, si ndio? Tumefika. The coaches will tell us time is of hongereni sana. And we recognize you and we appreciate you. And as women create wealth. The Entrepreneurship Week is the largest annual celebration of entrepreneurship with excellent opportunities to build connections and promote entrepreneurs' work to a local, national, and global audience, but also to inspire others to explore their potential as an entrepreneur while fostering connections with investors, researchers, policymakers, and other entrepreneurship stakeholders. And as women creating wealth, entrepreneurship is a big deal to us. Hosting this event demonstrates our commitment to the entrepreneurial ecosystem in Tanzania and globally. At GMT 3 Women Creating Wealth, the event is held in 7 different African countries because this is a Pan-African program. We kick-started this by hosting in South Africa, as I said earlier, on the 14th of November. It was an amazing event. I think we'll watch a video later where some of us joined the celebration online because we had to be here to prepare for our own. And Tanzania and Senegal are doing theirs today. Then Kenya will follow suit, Uganda, Malawi, and Zambia. So you can tell it's a network. It's not just us. We are not alone. And even as of now, we are also sharing this online. Our dear stakeholders, as Subira had said earlier, Women Creating Wealth is the flagship entrepreneurship program, which was launched in 2016, and it is designed to boost women entrepreneurs' confidence, skills, and networks, enabling them to transition from income generation to wealth creation. Yani, tunataka kutoka kwenye kufanya kazi, tunafanya kazi kwa bega na wajasiriamali kuhakikisha kwamba biashara zao zinatoka kwenye biashara za kujikimu, biashara ndogo ndogo za kujikimu, ili kuwa biashara za kudumu vizazi hadi vizazi na zinazotengeneza faida. So we want to get, we want to move from where we are just, doing business for subsistence, kwamba tunajikimu tu, but now we are trying to create wealth, and we know that it's possible, right? We have women in this room who are creating wealth, and I hope you will hear some of them later. So far, Women Creating Wealth has positively impacted 500 women entrepreneurs in the African region. And our biggest, as my manager likes to call it, our audacious goal for the program's expansion is to empower 10,000 business women who will collectively generate $1 billion in revenue and create 200,000 jobs within 5 years. That is our audacious goal. As big as it might sound, that is what we want. And actually, I think of recently we have increased it. Just like what GMT is, this is not just a program. It is a movement, a Pan-African movement. I'll just give a little bit of a background where we came from in Tanzania. This is not the first time we are meeting. The Women Creating Wealth has been here since 2016 and 2017. The 2016 and 2017 people, please, we celebrate you. I see you, we celebrate you. It benefited 100 participants. And in 2022, GMT partnered with the AFAWA initiative to support women to access financing. And the project focused on ensuring that at least 20% of entrepreneurs could or technical support over 10 months. And I think Gloria will cover that later. Now this year, and this is why we are here today, we have rolled out the Women Creating Wealth Intergenerational Cohort 1, which focuses much on bringing on board young, vibrant women entrepreneurs. And we have a total of 800 participants who have enrolled from South Africa, Tanzania, Kenya, Senegal, Zambia, and Malawi, including 157 from Tanzania. And let me tell you, we are the biggest in number from South Africa, and you know why. South Africans, they have the biggest number, but we come second. And this is because of the network we have here. The alumni did an amazing job to push other women to join this program. We really appreciate you. And just to put matters into perspective, the Women Creating Wealth is a program that takes the participants through an intensive 10-month journey of online training. I can talk about this online training for hours. Peer-to-peer coaching and master coaching sessions, while providing participants a toolbox for each lessons, assignments, and the platforms to discuss various matters. Our online Ignite module uses game, which is goal accountability, inspire and mastery method. And as I want to speak about this because we just started this, it's a month ago, right, Gloria? It's 2 weeks, it's 4 weeks now. And some of the stakeholders who are here will agree with me. Online learning is not one of our best. It's not by choice, but by force. And I think we are baptizing our participants by fire. Log in, learn, do assessment, watch this video, read that, answer to this. And one thing I must say, the women entrepreneurs are showing, most of them are showing a huge commitment. It's not easy. I was very busy. Simu yangu haifungui hiyo. Kale will help me with those. But it also made me aware of the challenges women face when it comes to access to digital learning. It really brought it out. Access to devices. Hii mbona haifunguki kwenye simu yangu ni kadogo. I tell her, just delete a few things and maybe but then digital literacy. That's another thing that I think the M&E team is here. Sylvester, go and add this. Kwamba we are also addressing digital literacy and encouraging women to learn online. That is one thing that we have noticed. It's exciting. I'm enjoying the questions. I'm siogope. Continue calling me, but continue doing it. And just to go down into how the nitty-gritty of women in Tanzania and the entrepreneurship space, it is no secret that women make up slightly more than half of our country's population. Jamani, sisi ni wengi, si ndio? Lakini ile ratio ya 2:1 ni ya uongo. Hatufiki huko. So it's not an excuse. Hatufiki 2:1. I see Monica is laughing. She got it. It is also no secret that women make up a huge percentage of the poor population of this country. It is also a known fact that women are breadwinners in most households. That is what the numbers are telling us. Wanawake ndio wengi, and to the men who are here, with all due respect, we know you are responsible ones, but women are in most households wanawake ni breadwinners. That is what the numbers are telling us. Now, it is also a fact that more than 15% of women are business owners, mainly in non-agricultural trade, and they account for 55% of all micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises owners. And this was a survey in 2010. Of course, there was another one done in 2010. It is a sad fact that most women-owned businesses are informal, and I hope our guest of honor will address that later. Small and small in nature, hence the need to provide solutions that are directly connected to firstly ensure the formalization of women-led and owned businesses as a pipeline to women creating wealth. And the program is doing an amazing job there. And that's why we have stakeholders in this room that we expect to work together to make sure that we are really working on formalization of women businesses. Now, my late grandmother used to say in our local dialect, I won't repeat it in our local dialect. Mama is here and she will say I didn't say it properly. That a woman's money goes a long way. And I now understand why, because it is true.
hela ya mwanamke huenda mbali. That's what it says. I got it right, but not in Chaga. And what we are saying here is more than 90% of a woman's income goes back to the family, and we believe that women creating wealth is a strategy for ending poverty. So it's not just about the women. That's what I want to say here. It's not just about the women. It's not that we just want women to get money, and it's not a selfish goal. We understand the end, the impact, that this woman will make money, but 90% of that income will go to the family. Another thing that we actually came to realize when we started the program, and this also fits to the Financial Sector Deepening Tanzania, FSDT survey, is that 76% of female business owners are traders. The applications we had, most of them were traders. Nauza nguo, nauza viatu, nauza. So many of them were traders. 63% buy and sell agricultural products. 23% buy and sell clothes as well as shoes. 26% of female business owners are in hospitality industry. 61% are in food, hotel and restaurants. 16% run salons. We have one of them here. Only 1% of female business owners are processors. Now that's where it's now going down. Only 1% of female business owners are processors. Only 4% of female-owned businesses are registered. 97% of female-owned businesses have less than 5 employees. Na sisi tunasema tunataka watu tutengeneze kazi 200,000. That's where the job is. And the biggest barrier to women's economic development in Tanzania face is with regards to gender-sensitive legal regulatory frameworks. And we know that the government is making a lot of strides in promoting promoting laws that support women, such as female land ownership. But many women are still unaware of their rights. Some of them, there are women who are not aware that they actually can own property. It's the right to own property, to own land. And a good example is in the agriculture sector. I'm speaking about the agriculture sector because that is apart from trade, we had so many applicants from the agriculture sector. And last week I attended the Sneakers and Heels event. I see some of the people who are here, who are there here as well. And from the conversation, it was clear that the research that said 65% of all farmers are women and 80% of smallholders farmers are women, and at the same time, 78% of women farmers don't own the land they farm on, was actually true. Because this has come up again, they did another research through the ministry. Carol, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, and it's still confirming the same. Why am I saying this? Okay, other barriers that were mentioned include access to finance, owning property, we have mentioned it, but access to science and technology, we have witnessed it, and access to markets and inspiration. Why am I saying this? From this year's application, the biggest number came from agribusiness, trade, and yet some businesses aren't fully formalized, if that's a word. But yes, most of them say, I have started this, I've done this, but I have not done that. And we know how that affects other things like access to finance and markets. Dear stakeholders, today as we celebrate this day, you'll hear a lot from the entrepreneurs themselves and other industry players on how to make Tanzania women entrepreneurs thrive. And for women creating wealth, we use a holistic approach that looks at the woman as a wholesome being with multiple roles and looking at networks and engagement as a way to succeed. And this is an example from last session. We ended up, the Master Coach Gloria, we ended up having half an hour discussing about self-care, and most women were saying we're burnt out. Some people were saying, I've given up on myself, I don't take care of myself. And it was a sad moment. So we ended up talking a lot about how can you take care of yourself as a woman and things like that. It is a sad fact that most owned businesses are in far more small, and
We need to work together to provide the solution. And I think I'm coming to the end of this. I've spoken too much. So some of you might say, and I think some of you might say, why women? And I keep repeating this. Let's always remember the impact, the end result. It's not just about this woman. Because I think there's a lot of backlash now because people believe it's only for women. We are looking at the impact it's going to create in the society. So conclusively, I want to call upon each and every one of us joining us today to join our movement as stakeholders, coaches. I've seen the coaches here. Our beloved coaches, your work is amazing. Funders, trainers, business development stakeholders, to ensure that we reach our audacious goal. I believe the entrepreneurship ecosystem is a big puzzle, and we are all pieces that are needed to complete it. And therefore, I request the few stakeholders that we have requested to join us today for this session to follow up later today and tomorrow, to stay with us during the stakeholders engagement sessions as we try to, to figure out this puzzle. Kwa mara nyingine tena, niwashukuru sana kwa kuungana na sisi, na niwapongeze sana sana wajasiriamali wote kwa kazi kubwa mnayoifanya. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana Misana, naomba makofi tafadhali. Let's clap our hands again. She's doing amazing work to make sure that we have more wealthy women and women creating wealth in Tanzania. Asante sana Dada Anna Bahati. Having said that, I would also like to recognize our sponsor. Is anybody from Ford Foundation? You know you can't have an event without sponsors. And I believe the future sponsors are also sitting right here in this room. Do we have anybody from Ford Foundation? Just wave your hand. Okay. Going on with our program, we're now going to watch a short video. IT team, is the video ready? Can you please make the video ready? We're going to have, we're going to watch a video, a GMT entrepreneurship, from the GMT entrepreneurship manager, Ms. Coco Koji. It's about understanding what we've been talking about, understanding women creating wealth. As the tech team do the setup, just a few announcements. The very important room is just outside the door on your right. Tech team, please continue. If you're sitting next to a woman, just say hi, because every woman here is a wealthy woman. So dear gentlemen, just please be aware. Greet your wealthy friend, your neighbor. These are not rich women, but they are wealthy women. We are about creating generational wealth. From this program, from the
if it's women who have much more access, not only to assets, but to technology. Now we are talking to finances, and we are talking about becoming the voice. Our societies will learn to value women. Our societies will learn to challenge the social norms which are putting women as if they are children. When you want to go to have a bank account, you need your husband to sign with you. When you have assets to lend, you need even sometimes your son to be signing with you. What is this? Women are not children. They are grown-ups and they know what they want to do. And in fact, they have been managing our families and our communities so well. It is a question of recognizing them and value their contribution.
When we talk about wealth creation, women are just not looking for just money. They're looking at what they do with the money. Women Creating Wealth program is really designed to inspire, equip women entrepreneurs who are kind of early stage, doing turnovers between $10,000 and $500,000, 2 years in business, to really see how they can significantly scale their businesses.
When you look at economic development, multiple research points towards the capability or the tendency rather of women to ensure that their income has a ripple effect from a community development perspective, investing in healthcare, investing in education of not just their own children, but others. So there's a wider impact that takes place when you place money in the hands of women.
We've undertaken a mission to support, develop and equip 10,000 women to create $1 billion in 5 years. We provide a growth-oriented course as well as support, aftercare. And then we also believe that because wealth creation is not an event, it's a journey, we then want to create a 3-year opportunity in a business community for the alumni to connect, network, share lessons, celebrate each other, as well as facilitate access to markets and finance, because these are very challenging areas for women entrepreneurs as they scale their businesses. When we start business, we don't design our business to scale. We design our businesses to be survivalist, and that has many repercussions. It means that we're often informal. We don't set enough systems in our businesses. We also don't probably have those skills to scale. We don't have networks that would take us into the next business deal.
My business at that time was growing and growth came with challenges. So the Gransha Machel program provided me the platform where I could think critically and also get the right skills like business management, human resource, business planning. So yeah, it's been amazing. I'm still there up to now. Through the program, I've met other women. So we're still, I sort of have sisters that I can go to and get inspiration to keep going.
I hit rock bottom and I thought I needed to find myself again and get back in circulation. When I read the brief about Women Creating Wealth, I saw that that was what I needed. And also because I am in Karonga. Karonga is like 600 kilometers almost away from the capital. You can imagine it's away from everything else. And so getting myself in this network and in this space would, I thought, open up all those doors or all those spaces I needed to be in, and it did just that.
There was a lot of strategic planning for whatever business you're running, and I think that was the #1 thing that helped my business to actually grow even during the pandemic. It pushed me from just running the spa, which I didn't make any profit or any money, to actually starting to look at my finances and respect every little money that I make and move forward from there.
So we can just still look that side. Sorry. It's the last one.
Our founder, Mrs. Michelle, has a big vision for all African women. And so in the space that we play in, which is entrepreneurship, I think the message to us and with us is, can every woman dream? Businesses, they generate more income and wealth for their families and communities. And so we want to see more money in the hands of women. We have the Global Entrepreneurship Week. We want to celebrate every single woman who has taken on the hard road of entrepreneurship. It is difficult, it is challenging, you face many obstacles, but this is a week where we want to recognize and celebrate you. And so to all our countries who are also hosting the Women Creating Wealth Entrepreneurs,
A round of applause, please. Yes, as you heard, they spoke of money and women. Could we have a representative from the GMT advocacy team, maybe, to come say something before I bring out the next speaker?
Our founder, Mrs. Michelle, has a big vision for all African women.
Like I introduced myself, my name is Christine Muyama, and I am the advocacy specialist with the Graça Machel Trust. And I'm so happy and humbled to be here, joining the team, celebrating the Entrepreneurship Day today here in Tanzania. Thanks to the hard work of Anna for putting this together. Thank you so much. And the rest of the team. The Tanzania Women Creating Wealth Network has made a number of strides in the positive direction towards women creating wealth, and you're one of our best networks that we have at the Graça Machel Trust, and we learn a lot from you to inspire the other networks in the continent. So please keep that up, and we are very proud of you, and we appreciate each and every one of you and the hard work that you put into this. So never forget that. The Graça Machel Trust has been in existence for quite a while, since 2010, and we have been celebrating milestones upon milestones. But this is one of our greatest programs where we are bringing, we are trying to make sure that at the end of it all, we have built and put money into the hands of women, and also empowered them with the knowledge and the skills to manage that money, because there's a difference between giving a person money and making sure that they use that money to create the wealth for themselves. So we're hoping that at the end of this journey, we'll have money in the hands of the right women who are empowered and have the skills to manage it and create the wealth that they need. And we envision that at the end of this project, we have a $1 billion into the hands of women, which is a very, very ambitious target. But with you and with the work that you've shown so far, I think we can be able to achieve this, and we know that we have the right team on board to get us there. So we've had a number of challenges, a number of ups and downs. This happens in this journey, but we learn as we go. And for every time there's a glitch, just know that the team on the ground, the Secretariat, is learning something from it. It's doing everything everything possible to make sure that the next step is actually smoother than the one that has happened before. So keep bringing in those comments. Don't tire to speak about the challenges that you're getting. Communicate to Anna. We are listening at the Secretariat. May not be able to answer each and every one of you at the right time that you need that response, but we are listening and making sure that we make the program better and ensuring that at the end of it all, we will all be able to achieve our targets and objectives. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and I look forward to a successful day, and we'll be continuing with our stakeholder mapping and analysis later in the day and also tomorrow. So thank you so much. I'm very honored.
Makofi tafadhali, makofi. Asante sana. It's very encouraging to hear kwamba Tanzania tunakuwa an inspiration, yani we're leading, and wanawake kwa kweli tunajitahidi sana. Thank you so much Anna for your leadership, kwamba wanawake wa Tanzania and the business people, all the business people in here are actually leading and being examples to other African countries. Having said, I'm going to invite an entrepreneur, I believe also a wealthy woman. Her name is Miss Vida Nasai. She has an MBA in marketing and entrepreneurship. She's an experienced marketing and entrepreneurship person. She's a managing director of Kazimate Logistics Limited, a company that has two wings. The first wing is manufacturing, 20 different types of cleaning detergents for household industrial use under the brand name Viax. So if you've seen Viax in the supermarket, this is who it's behind. The second wing is business management consultant. She provides services such as sales and marketing teams to SMEs, advertising, training, and event management in pursuit of fulfilling her mission for adding value to women, economic and social achievement. She's the chairperson of Network of African Business Women Tanzania chapter under the Graça Machel Trust, focusing on women economic advancement and wealth creation. She's also the founder of Women in Balance. We have Women Out of Balance. She focuses on Women in Balance, an organization which is established it's a unique women platform that is known as the Kitchen Party Gala. I don't know how many people have ever heard of the Kitchen Party Gala. It's an event that makes women just want to love themselves and dress up according to the theme that they provide, which is good for entrepreneurs because they get to sell and more money is generated. It offers multi skills and knowledge in social and economic aspects in order to improve personal well-being and transforms the lives of women in Tanzania. The platform has 13 years since its establishment, this Women in Balance. And it's reached out to more than 100,000 women in Tanzania. So as we give her a round of applause, but before I give her the mic, I would like for us to just have a short icebreaker, just a very short, like just a 2-minute icebreaker, and then I'll give her the mic. Amina, please come up front. Amina is an alumni of the Women Creating Wealth 2023 cohort. So let's just clap hands for her as she gives us a 2-minute icebreaker.
Hello, my name is Amina Lueno, and I have a very simple icebreaker. It's just a question, and I'm so glad to see that we have men in support of us here. And I have a question for men. What is a woman? Who is a woman to you? I'd like you guys to say in 3 words. I'll pick 3 men to let me know what is a woman to them in just 3 words. I'll start here. Shikamo.
That's so unfair question, to be honest. I mean, who is a woman? A powerful creature. You said 3 words, right? I'm done.
Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna pick a next person, next table. Hello. Who is a woman to you?
Yeah, this is one of the difficult questions to answer, but I would say, yeah, in the context of this, I would say she is a wealth creator, in the context that I know I've been said 3 words, but I'm trying to really describe you. Who is this? A woman, a provider, I think also an advisor. Yeah, let me just remain there. Otherwise, I'll complete every further.
Thank you very much. That was a lot of words. Okay, I'm gonna pick a third. Ha ha ha. Okay. Hey, okay. Hello. Thank you very much. Hi. So, who is a woman to you in just 3 words?
Is helper. Or is that?
Anything else? 3. I said 3.
It is mama, it's my mother, it is my wife, so it's...
Thank you very much. And I'm done. Oh, he said mother, he said a wife, and a helper. Thank you very much for your answers. We appreciate you being here for us.
Asante sana. Habarini za asubuhi. My name is Vida Nasari Mndoa. As I was introduced, the long introduction, I didn't expect her to read everything. I wanted her to summarize, but when she did that I was looking for. I was looking at her and saying, okay, can you just end there? I mean, the rest will be... then somebody said, you're supposed to do a catwalk from there while she's reading, but well, next time I've picked that one. Okay, why am I saying that? Because women were usually very humble of what we do. If I ask you right now, what do? You'll just tell me, I'm just an entrepreneur in IT. But when when we go deep to when you wake up in the morning up to the time you end up your day, you have a lot that you're doing. A lot, but we undersell ourselves always. Mama Mahalo, am I right? We have Mama Mahalo today. Nice to meet you, Mama. Okay, my job here, I'm going to try to be brief because there's always this confusion. People usually ask, Vida, we've been to a meeting. There's somebody else said she's also from Grassa Machel Trust. How many are you there? So stay with me so that you understand why, how do we work here in Tanzania? How many networks do we have here in Tanzania? I just want to use the audience to make an understanding to all of us here. Like Christine said before, the Grassa Machel Trust was established 2010. The Grassa Machel Trust has existed to amplify women's voices, influence governance, promotes women's leadership in the economic, social, and political development of Africa, and advocate for the protection of children's rights and dignity. That was the main goal of Grassa Machel 2010. And the strategic goal that I'm going to talk about here of our existence in Tanzania, we're working on amplifying the voices of African women, wherever they are, at whatever arena they are. We just want the voices of women to be heard. The Grassa Machel Trust is committed to amplify the voices of African women by incubating the strengthening networks of African women fighting for economic and social advancement. Why? Because if you want to hear the voice of a woman, if you want a woman to participate in anything that you're asking for, you need to first enable her economically. She has to know that her children are fed that day. She has to know the children will be going to school. They won't be returned because there's no school fees. She has to be comfortable that the Vikoba money is there. She has to be comfortable that she can send money to her parents back in the village. So if you're calling me to come to the meeting, then I don't have all these things. It's hard for me to really capture me. I'll do that maybe because you're paying me something. But Mama Machel saw this and said, okay, now let's focus on empowering a woman economically. So this is what we are doing right now. Grassa Machel has supported 4 women networks across 17 countries.
So you are here, and all the women creating wealth, it's a Pan-Africanism movement. They can be connected with any countries of 17 countries that Graça Machel Trust has its footprints. These networks are beating heart of advocacy efforts, the surface of the economic and social barriers faced by women across the continent. They construct powerful advocacy campaigns and agenda. So, this is where I come in now, networks. We call them networks. Networks, some can call them organizations, some can call them whatever name you put, but these are networks. Call them association, but we call them networks. Network number one that is operating here in Tanzania and in some of the countries called the African Women in Agribusiness Network. That is AWAB in short. This aims to propel women's agricultural activities beyond subsistence farming and into viable business that participate equitably in the agricultural value chain. AWAB fosters market linkage for women in agriculture, improving their access to resources and training. So that is the main task for AWAB. The lead for the AWAB network here in Tanzania is called Elizabeth Swai. Unfortunately, she's not here with us, but I think she's sent representative somewhere. The next network is New Faces, New Voices. Focuses on expanding the role of influence to women in financial sector, advocating for women access to finance and financial service. It was founded on the belief that women are underutilized resource and that investing in women can have a significant development impact that will accelerate economic growth on the African continent. So this is the second network. Actually, it was the first network that was established, the New Faces, New Voices. It's fully about financial literacy, financial inclusion, and the head of this network here in Tanzania is Emma Kawawa. I think she's on the way, but I see the chairperson of the board, Kai, can you wave? The chairperson of the board, so if you have any question, you can see her. Kai, she is a guru in that area as well. The third network is called the Women in Media Network. Women in Media Network challenges current perception and mindset about African women and children on how they are portrayed in the media. Kama mnavyojua, most of us, if a woman does very well, her story will be in what page in the newspaper? Third or fourth, or maybe second if she's lucky. But if a woman has done something very, funny and very shameful, her story will be where? At the front page. So we want to change this narrative. That is the work that Women in Media is doing. To make sure that women's stories are heard, the successful story of women, the corporate women, regardless of where you are, or who you are, but whatever it is that can impact the society, the story should be heard. So we are changing the narrative through the Women in Media. The fourth and last network that I'm leading here in Tanzania is called the Network of African Business Women. This network aims to strengthen business women association, identify existing business women, and turn them into growth-oriented entrepreneurs. Build secretarial networks, like we want to be able to know who are the women that are operating in energy, who are the women that are operating in climate change, who are the women that are operating in trade, ICT, finance, agriculture, and all ICT, agriculture, and all that. So the Network of Africa Business focuses on entrepreneurs regardless of the area that you are. So most of the women creating wealth, they're naturally our members, they're naturally our customers, they're naturally our benefactors. So what we want now to create is sectorial, because we don't, the way we are going right now, they're saying what? One size of shoes does not fit all, that you have to cater for different needs. You cannot call in a training or in, you expect people to create wealth, then you're putting them together, energy, ICT all together. But sometimes you need to tackle their issues. What are the issues in logistics? What are the issues in services? What are the issues in every area, so that you are able to tackle them? That's why we have Christine here. She's going to be with us today, tomorrow, to also see what are the challenging areas of entrepreneurs. What is the landscape of entrepreneurs in Tanzania? I have my board members here today. Can you please stand up? Then the board members of Network of African Business Women, please stand up. Don't sit yet. My board, to show that we work. How do we work? We work through other networks as well, in collaboration with other networks. For example, Victoria Monokuzi, she's very big. First of all, we are honored to be with her today because she's a very busy woman. She sits in several boards, but she's here with us. She sits with TWCC, and she's my board, imagine, she's my board member, but she came to represent TWCC today. I take that. Thank you for being here. So this is, we are collaborating. We are not competing. We are complementing each other. So we don't care where you belong or which network you belong or what is your business. Let's just work together and push this thing on. Let's keep it going. With Maria, she's been with us since the establishment of the network. She's a designer. And we have Beatrice Kajiru. She's a guru. If you want to go in the logistic industry, just see her. She's the director of JB Holdings, and soon she's going to give us the graphite, Mkam Badala. She owns a company of graphite. And Daria owns a school for design. So Daria, and she exports her products to USA. So if you have an idea of how you want to use it, please do. Mercy Chechu, she is not new to most of us. She owns the school called Right Way, a hospitality industry called Oasis. And if you go, today is Thursday, I think she's from recording her, whatever it is, what do you call it again? Thursday Stories on social media. It has many followers, it teaches a lot on her Instagram page. Then we have Boss herself, she's our person, Aika Kendara. She's the owner of Prestige School, and she is the board member of Hopak School. Take your child to Hopak, please see her. I've given you Niwakupa. She's board member of several institutions as well. Even Mercy, she's a board member of African whatever. She studies every day, but she never stops. So these are the kind of board members we have, and I'm so because of them, we are here today. We are missing Monica Joseph. Most of you know her. She's also a board member. Yeah, thank you so much. And I'm so honored to have, you can sit down, my ladies. I'm so honored to have Anes from Voets, representing the Voets, Maida Waziri and her. They're leaders of Voets, it's Voice of Women Entrepreneurs Tanzania. Thank you so much. These are the association we work with. Honored to have Karondos as well. She has a many launch pad, and she works with women as well. Thank you so much for coming, and I hope now you understand who we are and we can keep on working together. Thank you so much. Sorry if I've taken some.
Thank you so much. Round of applause, please. Oh, it's a network. She is gathering rich networks, and I believe there's a very wealthy future for not just this generation, even the generations to come. Once again, round of applause. We're going to a session where we're going to showcase women creating wealth in Tanzania since 2016 by alumni, beneficiaries, and coaches. So as I call Miss Gloria Lema, who is a coach, I don't have much time to go into her bio. It's about 6 pages. I advise you to follow her on her social media. She's called Coach Gloria Africa. She's very passionate about Africa. She brings a wealth of enterprise to the logistics and transport industry, boasting over a decade of corporate experience. Her professional affiliations, they've made her thrive in coaching. She coaches topics such as governance, management, business system, have a budget of making sure women have $1 billion US. So every business person needs to have that. She also does leadership coaching. Her panel to come up front on the chairs. Karibu, Ms. Glory.
Thank you so much. It's not 6 pages. But thank you so much for that introduction. My name is Gloria Lama, as Subira has said, and I'm a business coach. I'm one of those humble people that Vida is saying, I don't know how to explain myself because like Carol all over the place. So but I'm passionate about helping women, and for me, Women Creating Wealth has been a program that I'm passionate about it. I've been on the program since 2016. I was training the entrepreneurs, and after that, I transformed into a coach. I have Beatrice, Maria, Victoria, Aika, Mercy, and I know Vel and Shirima there. I've interacted with all the women. One lucky thing is that I've been able to interact with the women across all the 7 countries. So I am privileged, and I thank you, God, for that. I move a lot. I would like to invite the women. I don't want to say much about the program, and Abati already spoke about the methodology that we are using. We're using the GAIN methodology, where we say goal setting. You've already had the audacious goal that Women Creating Wealth has, but then we believe in accountability. We say the entrepreneurship area is lonely, but does it have to be lonely if you have a sister? Does it have to be lonely if you have somebody who's holding your hand? So that is why we're building this Women Creating Wealth community, to hold each other's hand, to hold each other accountable. That we're talking about, let it be created, collaborating, coming to, learning from each other, inspiring each other. That's why our third methodology is inspiration. We have sessions quarterly. We bring in powerful entrepreneurs, powerful people who come into the program to inspire the women. But then we believe with interactions like this ones, with interactions among ourselves, we can be able to inspire each other. So if one of the women has done something, why can't you do it? You can be able to hold your hand, progress that she has had from the program. And for her, she mastered only one thing: information seeking. She went into the depth of finding information so that she can create what she wants to create. So you're here today. Those are the 4 things I would ask you to come up with. But then I would like to briefly mention the content of the program. It used to be a physical program. The 2016-2017 had a physical program, and we moved it online. Because again, we want to reach the masses. We could only have 30 people in one class. It's very to reach 5,000 in 3 years. We can't do that with classes unless we're in class all day, every day. So we have to evolve as time comes. In the content of the module, of the modules that are on the program, one of them is personal mastery and leadership, and that is what 2013 cohort has gone through, and they're very excited about. We're saying if you don't know yourself as a woman, you cannot be able to exact the weight of what you're trying to create. So if you know who you are, if you're able to know the kind of leader that you can be able to put that out and get the things that you want ready. Again, we say demand for growth and gearing for growth. Most of us have done businesses traditionally. We need you to be able to reimagine your business and come up and see how can you grow your business. We don't want you to get bored in the. Most of you have started businesses, you got bored, you started another one, you got bored, you started another one. That's why businesses, but none of them is creating wealth. We want to have businesses that are not mediocre. That is to be able to create proper value chains, proper supply chains, that you can be able to create your business and to build your business not only in Tanzania. We're looking, if you're creating wealth, we're looking for global businesses. We're looking for businesses that are going to cut across the 8 countries that we are talking about, the 7 countries that we're talking about, the 5,000. Can we interact among each other? Can we interact across the countries? Can we do business with each other to grow the businesses that we want to create? So marketing, sales, value chains, supply chains, that is something we are also looking at in the program. But then we're saying the woman probably does not know her money. We want you to know your money. We want you to grow your money. And we want you to know how to find that money. So that is the other program that we have on the program. So it's a very powerful program. Like, I'm very passionate about it. Like, I've been from the creation to what it is right now, and I'm very excited about it. And I have seen people who have gone through the program. In 2020, 2021, I coached the South African team, and today they're the ones who are being celebrated today in South Africa. I will call my panel. I will start with Mercy Mchechu. She will say briefly what she learned from the program, and then please, I will also invite Annie Mokajile. She's also a benefactor from the program. She's on the AFDB cohort. And then I will call Deborah Sangati, a contractor. She's on the AFDB program too. She's a benefactor from the program. But then I say this work, we work with coaches, right? And I can't leave out my coaches. I'm very proud of the coaches, by the way. Of the AFDB program, Tanzania is the best performing in the program. We have the most funded women in Tanzania. So I'm really proud of my coaches. I'm going to call Coach Christian to represent the rest. So they will briefly speak about the experience in the program, and I will later ask them to just mention what they think the stakeholders here, the people, the women in the group, what will they be able to them with, or what can they be able to support them with. So, yeah, thank you. We start with Mercy, please.
Good morning. I think I've been introduced by Vida and also a little bit by Coach Leah. And I would just introduce myself a little bit again before I say my experience in the program. My name is Mercy Luhanga Mchechu. I am an entrepreneur, so I do a little bit of so much. But today, as I'm talking about the program, I will limit myself to talk about my school, Right Way Nursery and Primary School, which is the program that the business that I went with when I was doing the program. And because of that, because of the program, I did the program in the second cohort, which was 2017. And as it has been mentioned here, we are around 100 women who did the program in 2016 and 2017. And it was an eye-opening for me. And I would attribute that to where I am today, because it was almost immediately before the COVID-19. And if it wasn't for that program, I'm not sure that I would be still surviving and thriving in my business. And we were learning about the personal and entrepreneurial competences, and there were 10 of them. And for me, I would like to talk to just about one of them, which was persistence. And I think that was something that made or changed me a lot. So I'll give you a few examples of my business and how those competences changed my behavior and made me made me who I am today. And 2019, COVID hit. And the first businesses which were closed were the school businesses, if you remember. And that was a wake-up call for me because I was only able to pay 1 month's salary. And I had employed 100 employees by then. I had over 900 learners, and I only was able to pay 1 salary. So that was a wake-up call. But because I'd gone through the Women Creating Wealth program, I did a little bit of deep thinking of what can I do. Luckily for Tanzania, we were only closed for 3 months, and then we were opened again. So I used that time to think about what should I do. And I had to decide on efficiency. So I said, I need to look at my processes, look at my operations, look at the quality of teachers that I had. In that time, we went into online, and I was listening to one of my teacher teaching, and I'm like, does this person work for my school? She couldn't even speak one correct sentence, in English. I'm like, what kind of school am I running? That was a wake-up call for me. And because I had gone to WCW, I was able to do that. And maybe the second thing that I'll talk about, in 2021, I had restructuring my school fees. And I lost 315 learners because I changed the school fees. And for them, they felt like it was too much. But for me, I thought it was value. I was, I was giving quality, but it was charged well. So, and because of the school fees changes, we were able to still remain afloat. Actually, in terms of revenue, we were at the same point. We had so many people who were struggling. We were not able to do anything because we had so many people. We were not even able to feed them properly. I was not able to pay my teachers well. I was not even able to attract good teachers because I couldn't afford to pay them. So I had to do something. And where did I get, like I say, okay, you know what, I'll do this. Even if I lose a few people, but I'll still live. This is something that you get from a program like this. So I would encourage women here to go and do something like this. You will learn a lot. And the translation of these competencies or the skills is the kind of behaviors that you end up having as an entrepreneur. So they tell you that you can be consistent, you can be persistent, you can survive in any environment. I've had to let go of 30 teachers in 2 years, and we start hiring for quality. And right now, as I sit here, I will tell you, my school is one among very good schools in Kinondoni. This is because I had to make some hard choices. I don't know whether I can stop and let others speak, and maybe we can catch up again. Thank you for listening.
Hello. Good morning. Thank you very much. Thanks to the team, GMT team, entrepreneurs. I'm very happy today to be in this forum. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Aini Allen Mwakajila. I'm coming from Tanzanite Women Microfinance. I'm a founder, CEO of the Tanzanite Women Microfinance. The Tanzanite Microfinance was established in 2015. Microfinance. That provide product has some challenges for women and youth to access them. As we all know, some of the commercial banks, they prefer to give loan to corporates. But that challenge, Tanzanite women took that challenge as an opportunity. Therefore, we create products that favor women and youth, such as group lending, loan individual, and agriculture input loan to women and youth. We started with 2 women group of 20 clients as our our fellow Anabat told before that pesa ya mwanamke inaenda kwa watu wengi. Can you imagine this commercial bank, traditional bank, they offer loan, for instance, 15 USD loan for one person. But for our organization, this 15 USD loan, we can get to more than 30 women. So you can hear that women, we are contribution a lot in a multiplier concept. Because when we give 1 million to one woman, this will go and get the product she buy to that person, and that person got money, she trade another business, and people took some loans also, pay for school fees. You can see that our business contribution to economic growth through multiple concepts. We have been in business for 8 years. What Tanzanite Women Microfinance Limited, joined GMT, realized there are some area need changes and more improvement. GMT, our program, has helped our business to reach its goal through different training, meetings, networking, events. Basically, this meeting empowered me to learn in capacity building, and my confidence has grown. Tanzanite Women Microfinance has received the following training from GMT Afara program. And this leads the change in our business. This training which we have received is a leadership and governance training. This is the first training to this program. Here is where I have learned more about different types of business. It's where I realized the business does not measured by the number of the years in business, or bank statement, or sales turnover. For instance, we were in 8 years, but from that, I realized that there are some things which we did well. Another 5 years, the way we are operating, like a stage 0, maybe. So, investor training is where I learn and how the business can be measured on how you practice and how you lead. Good character of a good leader helped me to know my contribution in the business as a leader. And I apply some skills of leadership, like leading with kindness and happiness, being a leader, solving issues within the organization, to staff with the customers. We need to be humble. And in humble, you can learn a lot from customers, learn a lot from your employee, and then you can solve issues peaceful. Then I learned about leading with confidence. This training helped me to networking and getting some testimony from others where they come from until they are. So they give me leading, how to lead with confidence, and can make people trust to know that our leader with confidence and my strength. I've learned about the commitment. We need to know that to do the business as we said, that we are not working just for our stomach. We are working for the generation. So if we are working for the generation, we need to do business which can bring the profitability in the business. For the future, this program encourages that we are creating wealth. So our business should be having a going concerning concept, mini planning, so that it can be trading or doing for our generation. Collaboration and engagement. Through leadership training, I've learned about how to collaborate with others, and through this networking, I've managed to meet some of our colleagues and engagement to our staff on decision making and get some advice from them so that our business to grow well. Good governance training help us to change the way we operate, the way of operation. As a leader and a team member, we need the operation system in order the business to grow. As Coach told before, that we need system in place so that things can go well. After that training, I've been reviewed my HR system by introducing company policy and HR manual that everyone has to follow. Before, we had no, and if we had, we couldn't work with it properly because everyone can do this. So after receiving this training, we have come to realize the importance of using this HR manual and policies to the company so that everyone can follow to our business to grow. Also, I have been reviewed the job description to staff. Everyone has to know his or her own responsibilities and boundaries. Before, I couldn't have a proper job description. Sometimes I was an accountant, sometimes I was a loan officer, sometimes I was doing everything. So business was not going well despite of its time in the business. I have been reviewed company organization chart. I had the organization chart, but we didn't focus on it. The organization chart.
What organization structure is like?
Organization structure. Ilikuwa ieleweke. Mimi naweza nikaonana na afisa. Naanza nikaenda. Yaani hamna taratibu. Lakini tulivyotengeneza organization structure nzuri, kila mtu alikuwa anajua nani anachukua nani. Kwa kuna chain of command, mtu anajua nikifanya hapa, nikitaka hiki nitafanya hapa. Sasa nilikuwa kila kitu nafanya mwenyewe, sometimes vitu vina stuck. Kwa hiyo nikawa nimeona kwamba tuna vitu tulikuwa navyo lakini we are not implementing. Kwa hiyo hii program imenisaidia kwamba tunatakiwa kuwork professional. Ili business yako grow, kuna kanuni za biashara you have to follow. No kanuni, no place you can't go. You'll be just working for your stomach, but not for generation. Yeah. Also, we have introduced software. Before we are just recorded on the books. Excel Mikopo, you are doing Mikopo. So, but this software enables us to know the picture of the business. Even I can see the loan today. How much are we supposed to collect today? For who? And which staff, which loan officer is in charge for those customers? So this software enables us to get difference in report, even to doing like a performance appraisal. We can do just every month that which staff, customers doing repayment on time, or which staff, her customer delays, so we can measure how staff are working. So this also helps our staff to be more competent to them. Yes. Maybe I can finish about sales. Just 1 minute. Sales and marketing. Sorry. Yeah, sales and marketing training. This training also helps us to do knowledge on skills on service. We learn on how to get marketing. business without marketing is not, you cannot grow well. So the skill which we get, we receive from this training, we learn on how to get a new market, competitive advantage. When we are going there, we have to learn who we are going to serve, and what your fellow who are doing the same business, how you are going to compete so that other people can take your product. So we have learned about difference between marketing and sales. Yeah. So those are advantages which we have learned from this program. Branding, yeah. I have learned that brand is like my signature. It's something that that introduces my business to the market. And brand can be the highlight of growth of the company or the business. Whenever you brand well, your business is how your customer will buy more. So branding is very important. We have learned about even when they see a CEO of Tanzanite, they know that this CEO, we can get support from this and this. And Tanzanite Women Microfinance, what is the Tanzanite? We serve our customers. We value our customers as precious as the Tanzanite. Wow. Thanks. So we brand ourselves. When we reach a Tanzanite CEO, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Amy. Thank you. For a minute. Okay. Karibu mama Deborah.
Okay. Mimi ni Deborah Sengati, nitatumia lugha ya Kiswahili. Freda kocha atanisaidia kuambia wengine.
Utaelewa tu.
Mimi naitwa Deborah Sengati, ni mkandarasi. Kampuni yangu inaitwa ULM Investment, ambayo ni kazi ya na civil. Kwa ujumla pia ni katibu wa chama cha wanawake makandarasi Tanzania nzima. Naomba nielezee uzoefu wangu kabla sijajiunga na training. Wakati mimi nimeanza biashara tangu mwaka 1998 nikiwa kama mkandarasi class 6. Kwa kuwa sikuwa na uelewa, ilinichukua muda sana kukaa kwenye hiyo class 6, na kwa kuwa sikuwa na training, nilikuwa nafanya biashara kwa mazoea. Lakini baada ya kuona kwamba muda unakwenda, nikienda kama benki najieleza sana. Nakumbuka Eni hata hapa alikuwa ananipisha. Alikuwa zaidi amenipa hela nyingi, ni milioni 40. Na kazi zetu za ukandarasi unaweza kupewa mkataba mkubwa ambao kama 200, 300. Sasa kwa nini huwezi kupata hela zinazoweza kusaidia huo mkataba wako nao? Hiyo ilikuwa ni kwa sababu sikuwa na uelewa wa kutosha. Sikuwa sijui, yani nasema ni kuendesha kampuni mazoea. Unakuwa una mapungufu mengi ambayo yanakufanya hata usiweze kukopesheka nyingi. Yani umepata zaidi milioni 70. Kwa hiyo nikawa napata shida sana. Lakini baada ya kuingia kwenye mafunzo ya GMT ilinisaidia sana. Siamini, nilitoka class 6 mpaka class 3 baada ya kuweza kuwa na utawala bora, utunzaji wa matumizi, uwezo wa kutunza fedha, wa kuweka nyaraka nzuri kama makocha walivyotufundisha. Walitufundisha jinsi ya access banking. Lazima uwe labda uwe na financial statement, uweke nyaraka zako vizuri, utengeneze organization yako vizuri, utengeneze dokumenti zako vizuri. Hili kwa kweli kwa huo muda nilio soma masomo haya yalinisaidia kiasi ambacho nilikuwa napata mkopo labda milioni 70, lakini kwa kushirikiana na kocha wangu Christian nilikuwa mpaka kafikia uwezo kupewa access ya kupata kabila moja. Na hiyo kwamba klasi iliyopanda ya class 3 ni lazima ufanye una uwezo wa kufanya mpaka milioni 3.5. Kumbuka ukiwa class 6 unafanya tu mpaka 200. Kwa hiyo haya ni mafanikio makubwa niliyopata kutokana na hii elimu niliyopata. Nani kocha wangu alikaa na mimi akanielimisha, akaniambia ukitaka kupata hela
lazima ukitaka kupata mkopo lazima uweke hiki sawa. Tulishirikiana, nilikuja kupata kazi moja kubwa, ilibidi nimshirikishe. Tulikwenda benki ya NMB, akaniambia wewe twende utapata hela, usiogope. Tuliondoka mimi na yeye, tulikaa na NMB, tulijaribu kuwaelezea, walinielewa, na nikapata access kama 750 kuzitumia, na nikapata bilioni 1 ambayo kila unaporudisha hela unaendelea kuitumia kwa mwaka mzima. Hatukuishia hapo, kwa niambia kwamba ukiambiwa riba sio bali tu, kaa chini na benki waelezee uweze riba. Uwezi tulipata nao, tulipata 18% tukapewa mpaka 14%. Hayo yote ni mafanikio ya hii training, na makocha tuliona wametusaidia sana. Niseme ile ukweli, na ujivunia kusoma hii training kwa sababu imenitoa mbali. Yani pata picha utoke class 6 mpaka kwenda class 3 ni mafanikio makubwa. Sasa hivi na uwezo wa kufanya kazi bila hata wasiwasi. Niendelee au ndomesha? Niendelee. Kwa kushirikiana na kupata mafanikio makubwa, nilisema mimi ni katibu wa chama cha wanawake makandarasi, nao wana kama 500 ambao nawaongoza. Kwa mafanikio haya nilivutiwa sana mpaka niliomba makocha kuonana na mama wa kandarasi. Kweli makocha walisaidia sana kuwaelimisha, na tunaomba kama ikitokea programu nyingine wamama wako tayari kujiunga, na wanaamini kwamba programu hii itawatoa hapo walipo kwenda mbele zaidi. Kwangu. Lakini pia ngoja niongeze. Kusema kweli, ukienda umegundua kwamba mwanamke anataka, hii inisaidia sasa hivi nipata confidence kubwa. Kwa hiyo na washauri wa mama wote, itakapotokea programu wengi tujiunge, usiwe tunabaki nyuma. Tunakuwa wengi lakini mwisho tunabaki mchache. Na nitaeleza baadaye. Asante. You've heard from the entrepreneurs. Please let me hear from you. Something to say. He's speaking for all the coaches. Coach Christian Wilson.
Thank you very much. Indeed, a great pleasure meeting you. My name is Christian Palanzi. Let me introduce you well. I'm a business management consultant, a financial sector expert, leadership trainer and coach, and now recently I'm venturing into mentorship. There are a few managers that I'm mentoring of very big organizations in Tanzania to try and help each other become a better version of ourselves, me and them, because we are learning from each other. First and foremost, I must say, women creating wealth programs are indeed very great programs, and I think my colleagues, my fellow coaches, would similar view. Ours is trying to actually upskill and support women. These are mostly the alumni of 2016 session and others to actually become investor ready. So our greatest KPI is actually them getting money, and money in different forms. I mean, it can be from the normal financial institutions or the alternative financing, avenues, more of the long-term and patient capital. So I'm quite honored and very glad, and she spoke a lot about it. I don't think I deserve it, but I must really thank her, and we've been reconnected. I came to realize I actually helped her when I was working with a bank. I was the one who started the short-term contract-based credit in Tanzania. When I left, things went sour, but at some point it picked up. So we've been reunited, and it was easy for me to try and navigate, so make her start, working well without any problems in that area. So what I would say for our program is a blend. We've been told here it's mostly online. So what we do is we have, a periodic business clinics and coaches hour session. So for us, we decided to say, we know Tanzania, tunawajua Tanzania. This online thing is not going to work. So we decided to kind of do a blend where we have also face-to-face. And again, I must say, thanks to GMT Networks, because what we did, our funding could not allow to actually, get a room like this and seat the women. But what we did, we went out to our GMT Networks, and they gave us, places where we can, meet the women, do face-to-face, so that we can do a better diagnostics. So whatever that we are doing in terms of business clinics, these are modular courses that reflect the gaps we've, noted from them, but also there are those courses, we call them must-have courses. There are certain courses that, as an entrepreneur, you must get them. Now, the second part is interesting in the sense that this is what makes this very unique, the coaching part, which is the handholding. Because what we're doing in business clinics, we impart them in knowledge, skills, and attitude change. But that is not important. So how they will be used, they will be taken into practice is when we do these constant engagements like what all of them have said, She had no, organization structure, she was everything, the boss, the marketer, the cashier, but now, working down with her coach, she has all the number of things she has said. The first time I met her, I was reading the profile, and the profile was saying, my business is, have a boss. When I started asking, certain things were not in place. It was just a profile, but certain things were not in place. So what I can say locally, what has actually made a difference is when we said, let's have a blend. Let's also have, time to meet these women. The other thing in this program is actually the constant regional meetings. We have regional meetings for sharing best practices, where, us all coaches and entrepreneurs, have online sessions for all the countries that participate, which is Malawi, Zambia, South Africa, and Tanzania. And, we really get to, share a lot in terms of, successes, in terms of appreciating the challenges, and you will bet that some of the challenges are actually, cutting across are the same. I mean, some struggles and sorrows that we are having in Tanzania, the Malawians, the Zambians, and South Africans are having too. There are certain things that probably are unique, to some countries. And there's certain things that come where we can also learn from them, they can also learn from us. And the second thing is we again have some regional meets, and these regional meetings are particularly where a very successful entrepreneur, for example, is invited to come and speak, share the experiences, in various walks of life. I mean, in various areas, in various topics. And I think that is very important because at the end of the day, it sort of, energizes and encourages men to actually go. And particularly when we get successful women entrepreneurs to actually come and speak, because then women can say, you know what, I can actually be that woman and even more. So I think that is very great for me for this program. And the third one is GMT has also been, organizing some periodic teaching events. And I must say, and I'm indeed very proud that our Tanzania, counterparts have been among the best. Today, as we speak, we have two blossoming women entrepreneurs who are actually eligible for funding from so what is being done at the moment is exchange of term sheets, negotiating there, and of course as coaches are also involved. If you probably, look at that issue, so that at the end of the day, you really have a funding which is not only long term, it's patient enough, but it's good to transform your business from where you are to the next level. So I must say, as we go forward, you who are privileged to be part and parcel of these programs, please go out there and preach this good gospel. I know when we started our program, there were many, but some of them are falling along the way because probably they did not, pick the gist of this program. Those who have picked, they don't want to quit. And I think that is good. The message is that please get out these good messages. Because I'm an enterprise development expert. I told you, when it comes to business development services, the level of business will be. So when you have that aspect, which makes businesses leapfrog, please do not hesitate. Just jump and grab the opportunity. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Coach Christian. I really wanted the women to speak to the stakeholders today and to see what. Let me just get one. Please speak to the stakeholders that we have in the house. What would you want them to weigh into the program? What would you think they would contribute to make this program better and beautiful in Tanzania? Thank you. 1 minute.
Maybe the only thing that I would love to speak to stakeholders about is the fact that when we were doing this program, it was all in person. So we did 1 week intensive training in a room like this, and then we had 1 year coaching session. The only difference that this program has is that coaching part. I'll give you just a simple example before I ask you to hold the hand of these people. Is when I was doing this program, I did for my business in school, but I had 2 businesses at the time. I was also a decorator. The name of Oasis Events, I don't know whether anybody remembers that, it has been a while. And that was my passion. I loved that so much. So I was not giving my school so much time as the event business. So when the coach came in my business, and he said, Messi, I know you love this, but this is not business. This is passion. So drop it immediately and concentrate on the business, which was the school. So it was hard for me, like it was a wake-up call also. So there's a value in this coaching coming into our business and looking the outside in kind of eye and see what is actually happening and put us in a, the right direction. So where I am now, I have everything in place. And this is because somebody came in and say, you're not doing well here, you're not doing well here. But also the network that we have. So most of us, we met in these kind of trainings. So when it is all online, there's something that is missing. And I talk about the digital skills, digital literacy levels of Tanzanian women and those that we are trying to reach. So I would humbly ask the stakeholders in this room to try and provide funds so that we can do a branded kind of trainings. Some sessions could be in person so that people can meet each other, and there's a difference in meeting each other. So if I stand in a video right now, talk about my story, you wouldn't really resonate with it. It's different when you see me in person talking about it. So I would love to ask the stakeholders to hold the GMT in through this WCW program and provide funds so that at least part of this training could be in person. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that sums it all up. Thank you all for coming in. Thank you, Mercy. Thank you, Ene, Deborah, and Christian. Thank you, Subira, for being patient with us. We have used just 1 extra minute from your time. And thank you all for coming in. and have a good day. Enjoy the session. If you want to know anything about the Women Creating Wealth, I'm available for you to talk about it. Coaches, Coach Delgracious and Coach Bat. Bye-bye.
Let's clap hands for the coaches and all these participants, please. Makofi tafadhali, makofi. As they're sitting down, this panel was basically a case of what Women Creating Wealth does. It's equipping women, entrepreneurs with skills. We've seen how everybody has benefited from the skills, the confidence. Kuna dada pale, she said she wasn't as confident. Now she's very confident. The tools and the networks. So please maximize on the networks you have here, because every table here has everybody's wealthy. As long as you're a woman in here, you're a wealthy woman. So make sure you maximize on the networks. Our next session is going to be led by none other than Miss Vida. Miss Vida, can I have you back at the front again? Miss Vida Nasari, as she comes, they're going to discuss making entrepreneurs thrive in Tanzania, stakeholders perspective. Miss Vida Ibu, as she's coming, that session said, know your money. We should think about that. Know your money and grow your money. Karibu Dada Vida. Just a reminder, we're on social media as Women Creating Wealth. Please follow us on social media, Women Creating Wealth. We're also streaming live. So in case you have somebody who's ambaye hayupo hapa, unataka asikilize, naomba mshare hizo pages. Asante.
Thank you so much. My panel, I was supposed to have 3 panelists. Unfortunately, one has just left. She was called back at work, I think. So I'm left with 2 panelists who I'm sure they'll fulfill the job. You speak on our behalf. That's very good. Oh, that's good to hear. Oh, I like that. So we have what do we call them? He for she's, 2 of them. Am I right? He for she, right? You're supporting our movements and support all the women work. So we have our panel is called Making Entrepreneurs Thrive in Tanzania. Ms. Monica Hangi, who was supposed to be here, the Regional Director of East and Central Africa Trademark, has left the notes, as we said. So I will go straight to Joseph E. Manirakiza. Joseph, you will tell us a bit about yourself, but I'm going to say a bit here. His profile is 10 pages. So Joseph, I'll just go. I'll do what I can. Joseph is an enterprising development practitioner with an 18-year track record in private sector development, innovation, fund management, development, finance, and academia across a variety of organizations, including academic, institutional, commercial, and development banks, consulting firms, and international development agencies. Joseph's expertise extends beyond traditional boundaries to encompass strategic writing and communication. I like this. A skill set earned through years of crafting compelling narrative to drive change and action in the development arena. Fluent in Swahili, English, and French. He is adept at bridging communication and cultural barriers to facilitate meaningful connection with a wide range of stakeholders. Through his career, Joseph has engaged with diverse stakeholders, all levels from the public and private sectors to development partners, allowing him to cultivate a vast and inclusive professional network both nationally and regionally. He is familiar with Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, South Africa, Botswana, Madagascar, and Ghana. Are we there? Yes. Should I continue? I'm trying to summarize really here. So since September 2021, Joseph is leading the implementation of UNDP's strategic Funguo Innovation Program, an EU-funded initiative to amplify impact-driven startups and innovative SMEs in Tanzania. He joined UNDP after successfully leading to completion the GDP of 40 million UK aid-funded Human Development Innovation Fund, HDIF, which was being implemented by the Palladium Group. So Joseph, allow me to end here. Do you allow me? It's an honor to have you today. Please come forward, Joseph, and do your presentation. After your presentation, I'll read again for Yoruba, then proceed from there. Right? Okay. Whatever is comfortable, because you have like 10 minutes to present. Oh, okay.
All right, I'm not sure if it's still morning. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Well, I wasn't prepared that somebody was going to read the whole of my CV, but anyway, it's fine. And thank you for having me here. But number 2, about building strategic partnerships. Number 3, about holistic systems thinking. Number 4, about leveraging international development experience. I'm not sure whether I'm actually qualified to talk about this to you people, because from what I've been hearing, I was actually supposed to be here to learn, not just to talk about the things. So thanks, Anabati, for inviting me, basically for forcing me to come, because I couldn't say no. And that's the power of women. When they ask, you cannot say no, unfortunately, and to your own peril. But either way, as Vita has eloquently read my CV, current program, this is a program which is 2-year-old, funded by European Union. What we're trying to do is basically to increase the number of successfully scaled early stage businesses focusing on startups which are innovative. And of course, we have the Nengo which focuses on women-owned, women-founded businesses. And I'm going to talk about it a bit in just a few minutes. So this came from the former Human Development Innovation Fund, which also should talk about. It was another innovation program that was funded by UK Aid then. It was a long-running program since 2014, 2021. But by the time we were closing it, so there was a huge demand from the ecosystem that we have been working with. There is this kind of a thing about development program, donor-funded programs, that you start it kind of build momentum and ends, so there's no continuity, which is really something that we should start looking at differently. So we were asked that, can you think about another initiative if you're going to continue doing what you have been doing, because you built this momentum, you cannot just leave it like this. So when we were having that discussion, luckily enough, UNDP came on board. They agreed to be part of it, to build another initiative that would continue some of the initiatives that we have started doing. And that's how Fungo was born. And as the name indicates, Fungo is supposed to unlock the potential of early stage businesses. And we believe we cannot go far if we continue doing business as we have been doing it for the past 100 years. And we believe that everyone has got something to offer in the business that they start. The only issue is how can you instill innovation to it and be able to propel them to the next level. That's number one. But number two, there is this thing that keeps on going on, like comparing ourselves with our neighbors. For instance, within the startup ecosystem, we already have these numbers we look at. One of the measures of success of a startup is how much money can they raise, like who is investing into it. So there is this amount that comes from venture capital funders into East Africa. One number which I keep on citing whenever I have a chance to talk about is last year, there was $1.2 billion that came to East Africa. Who can guess how much money came to Tanzania, to Tanzania startups? Who can guess? Of course, Martin, you should keep quiet. Who can give me a number? Just a wild guess. Nobody? Sorry? 500 million. Numbers are not accurate, but that's just a reflection of how we are doing in terms of how our neighbors are able to attract funding. The question is, what are we doing wrong? One would say there are several factors this kind of capital coming. I think this goes to the fact that when you are doing something to grow it into a business rather than just doing it as a hobby, then you have to look around like all kind of factors which are going to grow your business. So that goes into looking at, what kind of partnerships are working together, what kind of political factors you could actually affect your businesses. We are in a country, we are lucky in a democratic country where, the regime changes every 5 years. So you should always think about, well, if this changes, actually what's going to happen to my business? I've heard people who are into contracting businesses. I mean, you know what happened to most of local contractors in 2015. How can we be able to foresee what's going to happen depending on who's coming in power to know how my business is going to be affected? So that's the whole systemic thinking. Like, you could be good at running your business, but without thinking about these other factors, then that could be a problem. But probably what you are saying is that you don't have to be Superman or Superwoman. It's guaranteed that you cannot have it all. But that's now the beauty of being into this kind of networks that you are a part of. You know who is actually good at what you are not good at, and then you can be able to leverage on the other people's knowledge. So I think that's basically what we should be emphasizing. I mean, I cannot teach you how to do a business because you are much better at that than me. But those are the things that we're kind of seeing as we keep on engaging in platforms like this, that, sometimes there are some of the things we ignore which are really have got a potential impact of breaking or making our businesses. So without paying attention to that would be a problem. And probably lastly, there is one I was talking to recently, a very good business, very solid business, women founded actually, it's doing very well. But it's like, okay, so you are going to get this kind of catalytic farming from Funguo, which is going to take you from A to B, but what's next? Are you looking for kind of a strategic investor? But I'm not sure. Okay, fine. If you are not sure, so if you go out there, engage and pitch, what exactly are you looking for? Because without knowing what you are looking for, then you get in a position somebody comes in and then you back off, like they are going to say, okay, you're not, probably it could be doing well. So do you want to grow to the next level? If you want to grow, then how much stake of your business are you willing to take out, to give away? Are you willing to share with someone you don't even know? So those are the kind of things that you start thinking about or asking questions, or even getting some kind of advice before you even go out there to look for funding. Because when you get into this kind of discussion, now the lawyers are going to tell you that it's not an easy thing to do, because investors are going to come with their own interest. And if you don't have your own interest, then you are losing end. There are some their businesses to investors because they were not paying attention. Yeah. So the good thing that you have these strong networks that you can leverage on. You have lawyers among yourselves. You have people who have gone through this kind of processes. I believe you can be able to get to those. Some of them need not necessarily pay because you meet in these kind of platforms. But there are other things that you are going to have to pay for. So that's why you have lawyers who are actually expressing those. So let me not take too much of your time. Give floor to others, but let me say asante sana for inviting me. I'm really glad that I could actually make it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Joseph, and thank you for the bad news, which we really need to work on. 1.2 billion, and we got only what? 80. That's really disappointing. So we really need to up our game, eh? Thank you so much. So ladies, we'll have questions later. So please save your question. If you have anything, just write it down, then you'll ask later. So now I'm going to invite Mr. Martin Warioba. Here is another 20-page introduction. I'm going to also shorten it like this. Martin is the founder and managing partner at Warioba Ventures, African advisory and investment firm. Advisory
in corporate strategy, investment, project management, payments, and technology. In addition, Warioba Ventures invests in early-stage startups and builds sustainable ecosystem to support fintech and technology-related startups, focusing on Africa's greatest challenges. Martin oversees management and operations at Warioba Ventures. He has 20 years experience, we have gurus in here today, in information technology, management, and payments, both consultant, executive project manager, and software developer. Martin is one of key payments and digital finance DFS experts in Africa, and he was instrumental in development of payment scheme and digital. Carol, you're laughing. Not fair, because I know it's not a common word, it's a tech word, right? Previously, Martin was a founder and managing partner at WC Technology Consulting, a successful business across East Africa for 11 years. He also worked with Deloitte Consulting US LLP and Central Bank of Tanzania. Mr. Warioba is a computer minor in Louisiana State University, as well as MBA and Master of Science in Information Management from Arizona State University. Board of CRDB Bank and its audit team, non-executive director, and he is also board chair of CRDB. The man we are here, do you remember that? Eh? So you have the man himself here today. After you tunapanga naitwaje imbe here. Mr. Warioba is a project management professional in PM, one my chapter and its first VP for professional development. Martin is committed of governance, investment, leadership, management, and technology. Due to his well-rounded technology, Mr. Warioba is a regular speaker in many conferences, and here he is today very much across Africa. In his spare time, Martin enjoys reading, traveling, sports, especially golf, basketball, athletics, and soccer, and is a fan of it. Really, you're letting me down. Okay, thank you so much. Allow me to end here. Sana.
Yes. Asante. I think I'll take a few minutes to speak about what we do, and then I'll save my questions for your session. All right, thanks. So thanks everyone. Wakubwa zangu shikamo. Anabahati Kai, thanks for the invitation for me to come and learn from all of you. I feel at home. The very strong woman. She's one of the founders of TGMP. I'm also married to a very strong woman. So throughout my life, women empowerment has been part of my DNA. Second, I'm not a younger fan. I was named Martin after Martin Kigwa. So for those who remember Simba of 1970, winning 6-0 against Yanga, Martin Kigwa was number 11, named after him. Third, interoperability. If you have ever sent money from Vodacom to Tigo, Tigo to Airtel, wallet to wallet, I'm privileged enough along with my team. But I'll briefly about what we do at Warioba Ventures. As you said, we are advisory and firm advisory. Many are mentioned to businesses both in Tanzania and outside Tanzania, but also crazy and fool enough to invest in early stage startups. Part of the gap that Joseph mentioned, that there is no, the capital outside doesn't come to Tanzania for many reasons, and one of the reasons is we don't have co-investors who are investing in our businesses. So it's very difficult for somebody else to validate viability of that business if the locals don't invest in those businesses. And discuss businesses, and you asked me to come and talk to CW, and I could relate to being here for two or three reasons. One, I think even in our experience investing, got a lot of requests from businesses, women-owned and men-owned SME business. The common aspect there is just looking, and we can relate why they from people like us. So we don't turn them back. What might not be growing 10 times in their growth, like the startups do. With us, first that the perspective that you can also use. And the last part, I think, the model that you guys are using in your training program, that we also use in terms of training, mentorship, providing expertise before we can actually invest. So we felt there's natural synergies between what we do and what you guys are trying to accomplish, and there's a lot of accomplished businesses in this room, some which I've known and some which I've got to know today. So I think for sake of time, I'll stop here, and happy to take questions.
Thank you so much. A round of applause to Mr. Wari. So our panel today is about making entrepreneurs thrive. For an entrepreneur to thrive means to not only survive, but to prosper and flourish in their business endeavors. It is in personal that's for entrepreneur. Network, I think explained by Joseph, like we need to use our networks very well to leverage on the network that it provides. Mentorship was mentioned here, opportunities, that innovative and okay. So,
of our guest of honor, Mr. Godfrey Nyaisa, the CEO of Brella. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much. Mr. Going back to Joseph, what you said about the 1.2, could it be one of the reasons we don't get this information about this? We don't get into that is because of the information. And also, I'm interested. You said you need to be seen. You need to be seen, but they need to know what you're doing, and for them to see you and to support you to business. Focusing on in our business, in our Instagram pages, in our we need how to communicate. Do we need to communicate to investors? buyers, our customers? Because I understand that those are two different strategies. So how do we marry the two? How do we, because maybe you help us there so that we get understanding.
Right, thank you. And one disclaimer, I'm not a communication specialist. So I think it really depends on what you want as a business. Again, when you start stage of growing your business, you want to customer base, if it's obvious that communicating your business because you're trying to grow the customer base. That's number one. Because only when you have grown your company, you are making money to grow. Which means the strategy to your customers, they are interested in two different. But investors are going to be interested more about the structure of able to receive that kind of investment. So the communication channels are going to pay, because probably I would say venture capitalists, probably most of them are, but the nature of business, maybe most of your buyers are on programs. You are going to focus on that when target buyers, and then focus on something else like the content and the channel when you are targeting investors. But again, I think it's as when you are at a stage you are looking for investment. I think you have to consider the platforms you get engaged in. Because if you are looking for buyers, definitely they are not going to be the high-level conferences that, depending on the product, of course, that probably capital investors attend. So you might start considering now going to those kind of conferences where you know that, okay, I'm likely to meet so and so who is likely to attend this kind of conference, and start having it ready. So I think that's basically how I would answer that. But on your about whether not being able to attract investment in Tanzania could probably be due to lack of information. I think that could be partly a side of the problem. One, maybe we don't have that many businesses that are actually investor ready and are looking for investment, which means the kind of information is not attract investment. But I mean, I haven't. You are to attract investment, then you are going to have to look for investment-related information from right sources. Talking to the for now, I think Martin could actually add on that, because that's why he focuses on much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Martin, you can add on that, but before you do that, let me give you the question, then if you want to add on it, you can do that. So in your view, Martin, what are the specific innovations should Tanzanian entrepreneurs focus on to ensure both immediate impact and long-term viability?
Thanks for that. So my simple answer to that, it's focused on where you get a mass market for your products, and also where They deliver pharmaceutical products to retail pharmacies. So we are a wholesaler e-pharmacy. We don't own a pharmacy. I mean, we don't own a building. We take our stock from importers and we deliver it to pharmacies across Tanzania. And you can imagine last year when we started with them, the first year, January 2022, their sales on platform were $500, monthly sales, right? By December, they are pushing $75,000 on the platform, right? So that growth is not for SME business, right? But that growth you get it in a startup. So 2022, they closed sales of $350,000. This year, 2023, as of October, we've already sold now worth $2.2 million. And we are on track to sell 3.2 million. So that growth is what I think all businesses should be targeting. However, there's a caveat. SME business won't grow at that pace, we understand. But can you grow 5 times instead of 10 times? Can you shoot that your revenue will grow 3, 4, 5 times after every 2 years? And you can only get that if you're serving sectors that have a market and sectors that we have. And when we look at it today, financial services, agriculture, education, healthcare, transport, infrastructure for those contractors in the room, or climate change, renewable energy, those are the areas where they will give you that growth because there's a need in the market and you'll be actually solving. So innovation comes when you're solving a problem, but you're solving a problem for the market that is already there. That's what I can say. And we have to be visible, just like Joseph has said before. You need to let people know of what you're doing and the problems you're solving. So it's not just about creating the returns, but also what the impact you are bringing. And I think that will help you to get the support and the investment that can also help you to scale your businesses.
Wow, thank you so much. I really hope we're all here together and we are getting this.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Back to you, to Joseph. Drawing from your leadership and in impactful initiative like UNDP from World program, what insights can you share about leveraging international development frameworks to boost local entrepreneurship in Tanzania? Entrepreneurship in Tanzania.
Yeah, thanks. I think from what you are seeing, there are a number of initiatives that are coming up, actually targeting early stage businesses in Tanzania, targeting to look at how it's structured. So it depends on who actually comes up with it. What are they looking for exactly? Because what I have noticed sometimes you can waste valuable business time chasing every other kind of grant opportunity coming. Because I believe that when you have a business running, I think your time is best invested into actually growing your businesses, rather than getting something which is going to require much of your time just to report to somebody else's KPIs. So I think that's something that we need to look at. But I mean, this is not just to discourage people who would like to see this kind of grant opportunity, because what is happening at the moment, most of the providers of this opportunity are becoming aware of the needs of the businesses. They are being structured in such a way that doesn't really, they are geared to help you to grow businesses so they can help you to the next level. So there are quite a number of opportunities. I think it's just a matter of keeping your eyes open, looking for information, engaging platforms like this, and being able to also share.
Thank you so much. Do you allow me to ask Monica Nangi's questions? Or
So she left me notes, but when I scanned up her notes, some of the things were already
spoken about.
No. So I'll integrate them.
So I'm really interested in how are they supporting women in the trade. Do you have that?
Because Trademark East Africa, we believe, is, she leave anything about that?
Yeah, so I can speak about things that she said, maybe just one.
Yes.
So what I know Trademark East Africa work very closely with Tanzania Women Chamber of Commerce, and they have a program to empower women. Cross-border because of the mandate of what Trademark does. So they are really pushing women to get outside Tanzania. Some of the things that she left, she said it's about compliance, because to be able to trade across compliance, it's very key. She spoke about, she left the notes about Africa Free Trade Continental Agreement and the opportunities that are there and why we should take those opportunities and not just market ourselves as a Tanzanian business, but market ourselves as an African business. She left notes about market intelligence, that it's important to find market intelligence that will empower your business. So I think those are the three things she always which everybody is talking about.
Okay, thank you so much. So I have one question for you, Mr. Joseph, and then Martin. Then I'll open for the floor to ask. Joseph, you said in your talk, can you help us to clarify about building strategic partnership? Considering your experience in fostering collaboration across various sectors, what strategy would you recommend to Tanzania women entrepreneurs for building effective partnership, potentially complementing the regional collaborations?
Yeah, I think that's basically a given, because in business of growing your business, right? And when you are trying to grow a business, you're not going to do it alone. You depend on your clients, you depend on your suppliers, you depend on policymakers so they can actually make the environment work better. But also depend on investors when you have reached that kind of level to be able to receive other people's money to grow it. Because they say the beauty of growing business, you have to use other people's money. So which is that the banks, investors, and all that. So which means then at any particular point, you really have to build skills of being able to manage those stakeholders and being those people. Because trust me, they are going to come with, sometimes conflicting interest. So as a business person, then you have to be at a position to be able to navigate how to meet everybody's interest without necessarily compromising yours. Yeah. So as you start building partnerships, that's the other thing that you really need to work on. But it also depends on the stage of business you are at, because probably there's going to be a stage where your key partner or your key strategic stakeholders are just your clients, which means whatever strategy you're going to have in place is just to satisfy your clients, because those are the ones who are going to build your business, to grow your business. And then you start dealing with the bankers. Again, this is another area where if you don't pay attention, I think we have been so many cases where businesses have been bankrupt by bankers who are supposed to help them grow. Sometimes not out of your fault, but probably because there are some of the factors you kind of overlooked before. Maybe when you were negotiating for a loan, maybe you took too much money than you needed at the particular time. Maybe whoever did your forecasting was too ambitious and didn't take into account like your ability to be able to grow revenues to repay that. So it all happens. So those are the kind of strategic partners you have to look at. So it really depends on the kind of the level of business you are in. And then it even becomes a bit more complicated when you're at a level you have now welcome other people's money into the business in terms of investment. Like you can imagine, let's say you have grown your business for 10 years, you are the only boss, as someone was telling us. And then at some point, you have to give like 20% of shareholding to a stranger who's not your friend, not your family, and does not know the struggle you went through to be able to get the business where you are. But at this particular, then you have to share the burden of actually making decisions together.
trust me, it's not easy. And some of you, I think, who have gone through the process can actually attest to that. So these are the things that, I mean, luckily enough, the program is actually getting you coaches who can actually take you through this kind of process, because it's a journey that you have to go through. Yeah. So this is where now you have to grow other skills of actually having to deal with shareholders, who are not always easy to manage, by the way. I think those people who know about corporate governance can actually tell you. You might have a 10% stake shareholder who is actually more troublesome than someone who has got 60% of your business. And you have to deal with them, because it might reach a point where sometimes you cannot just simply get rid of them, because they're already part of your business. So it's another angle that you really have to look into. And fortunately or unfortunately, if you are in a business that you intend to grow, just like someone who said that we are not doing it just to get pocket money, but to generate wealth, you are going to have to go through these kind of stages, and then reach a point you have to deal with different people.
So it's not really easy, yeah? So back to you, Martin. Guiding the next generation as a mentor to young African professionals, what specific guidance would you offer to aspiring Tanzanian entrepreneurs to effectively utilize technology and management skills for success?
So I'll say two things. One, which I've heard it here all morning, it's about networks. And networks is not number, it's the quality of your network, right? Second, it's about reinventing yourself. Whether you're running the same business, we see big corporates, they've been here for, some of them have been in the world in operations for 100 years, but they are never the same, right? Or as an entrepreneur, from time to time, just trying to do different things. So those are my two biggest ones. But I've also, if you allow me, 2-3 minutes to touch upon a few other things that I've heard this morning. One, just what Joseph spoke about, banks eating your business, right? Or because you don't know much. So I think it's also high time people start thinking a bit different on the strategies of how they want to attract capital. As much as I sit on the board of CRDB, I also admit traditional financial service models that we have borrowed from Western countries, they don't work in Africa. So whether it's in banking, whether it's in insurance, whether it's in pension, and that's why whenever we run this FinScope survey, we say it's only 1%, 2%, 3%. But it's 1%, 2%, 3% because those models can only reach 1%, 2%, 3%. We need different models of doing financing in Africa. So from strategies point of view, I say, to me, 3 key things stand for business founders or business entrepreneurs. One is trust. You need to be trustworthy to the market. When people expect certain level of product quality, deliver that, right? And we see a lot of businesses, they start small, they're doing very good. But as they scale, that quality deteriorates, right? And if you've given promise to your customer, deliver that promise. If you're given promise to your business partner, to your investor, to potential whoever, deliver that promise. The second is compliance. Early today, we had 4% of business, women-owned business are registered, 97% are micro enterprises. And there's a reason why this 97%. Compliance cost is high. There's a reason why it's 4%. Compliance cost is high. And it's understandable. And I think BRELA, Minister of Industry and Trade, everybody else, we all understand that. And there's a number of efforts that are going to lower that cost of business ownership. But as much as that cost is high, I tell everyone I know, register your business. Be compliant. Because at the end of the day, somebody will want to come and invest in you. And that cost of compliance is even higher when you are not doing things the right way. So we heard Dada Mwenye Microfinance talking about putting accounting systems in place, putting your records in place.
There's a lot of technology out there today to help you to do that. Use it. It comes at a cost, but it will help you down the road. The last one on that aspect is let's not build family businesses. And family businesses are very popular in Africa.
Sorry, you said let's not do or let's...
Let's not build family business.
That's another discussion.
Yes,
On its own.
and it's a very difficult one, and it's a very difficult discussion not only in Africa but even outside Africa. A lot of family businesses, they don't want to let go of things that they're building, right? And it's not a problem for us small medium enterprises. Even when you go to Mohamed Dewji or Baresa today, trust me, they will not give you a piece of their business easily. That's what they've built, that's what they've owned for years. The problem is the big businesses, they can walk into a bank and negotiate better terms, right? And they can squeeze and get the better margin. For smaller businesses, it's challenging. So you can't walk to an MB or CRDB and say, I want 80%, right? They will not even look at you. You're like, who are you? Walk away. So, and why I say not build family businesses, what I mean is build businesses that at some point down the road, you can easily bring somebody else. So Joseph talks about banks. A lot of us think about traditional bank loans to support our businesses. But if you get a bank loan at 18%, 14%, you're not working for your business, you're working for a bank. And I think that's one aspect Sarah is trying to address with the Imbeju. Those loans are targeted to women-owned business, and they come at 7-8%. So they are much more affordable. But I strongly believe if we comply, if we structure our businesses with the mindset that one day I'll attract the investor to come into this business, one, your governance frameworks will be on point from day one. Second, the mindset to scale will be there. These days, we talk a lot more about blended finance. And blended finance, it's a mixture of financing that brings, whether it's public development partners financing with the private sector capital in it. It has a lot of impact investment and things like that. And I think that is important. When you structure your business in that way, blended finance can help a lot. Because one, it brings capacity building to your business, it brings expertise, it brings other resources. You can easily attract that capital. So, and I'll give an example for the Mkononi again. So at Warioba Ventures, we invested $100,000 into the business, right? Immediately, we attracted, over the course of the last 12 months, we've attracted $260,000 of matching grants. And these matching grants are coming from impact investors who are just happy that, oh, you guys, if you can deliver medicine at an affordable price, and many people can afford medicine instead of counterfeit medicines, then you are doing the right thing. We never asked for this money. The 260 additional came because we can just impact what we are doing. We are raising rounds of additional investment of $2 million now, and we are very close to closing it. But the reason why we are able to do that, it's the governance that has been put in place, right? It's the team that assures additional investors that we can give these kids additional $2 million to scale, because what they are doing makes sense and it has impact. But if we did not structure Dawa Mkononi from the very beginning with that mindset, we will not be able to attract private capital. And there's a lot of private capital out there looking for. Like I know I have about 3-4 funds that are looking for SME business to invest in. But the first thing they will say, do you have governance? Are you keeping your numbers? And they will really dig deeper in your numbers. So all those things, you have to start from the very beginning. Okay. But if you're running a family business, some of these things, are not a priority, right?
Yeah.
It's your business, it's your profit, it's your loss, so you really don't care about additional investor. And then we have that tendency of emotional attachment. And I've run other businesses before, and I've made this mistake before as well. Like, it's my business, I've sweated along for 5 years, why would I bring Joseph in? He doesn't do anything, he just walked in. But sometimes owning 100% of nothing, it doesn't mean a thing. You're better off owning 60% of a business and makes sense.
Wow. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge, Martin and Joseph. This was really powerful talk. Myself, I have 101 questions, but I don't want to be selfish. Let me allow you guys. Okay, Carol was the first to raise her hands. How can I say no? Okay. Carol, karibu. Carol. Okay, karibu.
Intergenerational. So she, okay. Nimepata privilege, asante. Thank you so much for deep knowledge, so to say. Asante sana na Bahati for bringing Martin and Joseph. Nadhani I'll need to have time alone later, looking for them. But I just wanted to add something on Trademark Africa. The support that they gave TWCC is the app, iSoko app, where it's something that women can sell. I think even men can sell things that will be able to be seen in East Africa, in 6 countries. And some of the people who can testify this is Alice, one of them. I just have a quick question on Joseph, if I got him right. He was talking about, now I'm not sure if it was Joseph or Martin, you'll help me. Something about growing the business, if I got you right. You said that it's easy to grow in startup rather than SMEs. It was Martin, eh? Yeah, if you could elaborate that, please. I got a bit confused. Thank you.
Asante. So I said, so the mentality of startups, you want that high growth. So if you ask somebody to grow your business 10 times revenue-wise in 18 to 24 months, for a startup that is working on a pure technology startup, it's easy to do that because technology can help you scale quite a lot. But the reality is, to do that, you also need infrastructure. And there are limitations of infrastructure in Africa, just in general. So even for startups in Africa, that demand of 10 times growth cannot be achieved all the time. And I think the sweet spot is to have the SME business that you have in this room, but with a startup mentality. Because the SME businesses, sometimes we just tend to think, if I sell 1 million this year and about 1.5, after 5 years, you are still selling 3 million, you are growing. And yes, you are growing, but is that growth enough? So what I said is, don't look for that technology startup growth of 10 times, but we also need to push ourselves to grow 3, 4, 5 times every 2 years. And we can challenge ourselves to do that, and I think we should challenge ourselves to do that. So blending the two mixtures is much more helpful.
Thank you. Kwanza nilikuwa nataka kusema interoperability ni mifumo kusomana. Kwa hiyo nilikuwa sitaki nikuache hivyo bila kukupa maana yake. But yeah, great insights from Kaka Martin. I call him Kaka Martin and Kaka Joseph. Yeah, I had a few things. One on scaling. Most of the support that we've seen go towards women entrepreneurs in Tanzania has been on micro, which can get really, really frustrating sometimes. So I'm wondering, like, in your ventures and, you know, in the programs that you had, is it something that you're considering to support women to scale and not necessarily to start? Most importantly, to move to that investor readiness kufika hapo ambako mtawaangalia sasa kwa hilo jicho la tatu. That's one. Two, I love the point on traditional financing models. It's something that we're also trying to explore as an organization, because we work with women entrepreneurs who we are supporting to formalize their businesses. But in that formalizing, wanasema hawakopesheki. So the other alternative that we're also trying to push for is, for example, Izi Songesha and Bustisha, can they be used to support these women entrepreneurs using the financial statement of mobile money? Because we know that the numbers on mobile money are quite, encouraging. So is there a way that, for example, Fungo program could initiate something like that could bring a financial institution and an MNO together to come up with a product that could specifically be targeting women entrepreneurs, but using their mobile money accounts, just to counter the traditional financing models? And then the last bit is, this goes to the women in the room. I preach about technology. I'm a digital inclusion expert, and it's very disappointing kukiri kwamba wanawake tuko nyuma sana kiteknolojia, na kama tulivyosikia wengine walivyokuwa kwenye panel wanasema kwamba tunafanya vitu kwa mazoea. I had 2 events that I wanted to, obviously we used the whole 3 quotation process, but I identified women entrepreneurs in the catering business who are very, very big on social media. Like ukiangalia social media accounts, they have over 1 million followers, right? Lakini walishindwa kupata ile kazi just because they did not, or they could not hand in an invoice, a quotation kwa kupitia email. You don't have that bookkeeping. Ukiacha hata hizo accounting tools ambazo ameziongelea Martin, just a simple Microsoft Excel yani kuweka tu mahesabu yako ya siku, kujua kabisa kwamba balance ni hii hapa, nimetoa kiasi gani, nimeingiza kiasi gani, mwezi huu nimelipa wafanyakazi mishahara kiasi gani, NSSF yao kiasi gani, pay kiasi gani. That's the kind of information that will position you in whatever that they're preaching about hapo mbele. Kwa ni wito wangu kwa wanawake ku also consider kitu kama hicho. And then mimi ningependa pia kusikia hiyo mipango ya ku lower the cost of, owning businesses, Martin. If there's anything that we should be optimistic about, the BRELAs and the TRAs, and are we still going to pay income tax of 4 ambayo could derive from 4.5 million? What exactly are we looking at? Like, what's the future for us? Asante.
Asante.
Yeah, I think it's, yes, we have share for our questions. Right, maybe, I just want to emphasize like the last but one point we made, because good enough nowadays, like you really don't have to be an expert in Excel. Like don't want to take you back to school, because now there are startups that are actually providing easy to use solutions to be able to keep track of your businesses. Because trust me, it's hectic when you have to now, somebody asks about a record, you have to think about what you sold last week and all that. But there are now easy to use kind of applications that are, and they're not expensive, by the way. So I think, Carol, that's something that you could actually do in your program to actually get them to access some of the tools that are available. Right, now, one about the support that goes to only micro startups, not looking at the scale. Yeah, I think in Tanzania at the moment, let me touch on what I said before about building a critical mass of investable businesses. So there are 2 key things that we need to address. One, we really need to focus on supporting those that are starting, because they actually serve as a pipeline for anyone who wants to invest in scale. So that's also important. But we also need to kind of focus on those who have already started. They have got the potential. They just need some de-risking to go to the next level. At the moment, the funding we have within Fungo, that's what we are focusing on. So we provide catalytic funding for you to be able to go from point A, which means you have already started. You are not thinking about the idea. You're already doing business. But you are not at a stage where, let's say, DOB equity is going to look at you. You're not there yet. Or maybe you're not at a stage where maybe some of these funds that are talking to Warioba Ventures would actually be readily in touch with you. So there are some of the things you really need to sort out for you to get there. So that the category funding we provide to you, which is coupled with additional technical assistance, so that we can actually scale. So we don't have like a lot of money to actually invest in scaling, but we want to support you to get to that level where anyone else could actually look at you and they're like, yes, we can talk. So that's what we are focusing on. But there are quite enough issues we are working on, of course, to kind of focus at the bottom as well, to start to help those who are starting, but also talking to now partners who are investing to look at those that we have already supported who are ready now to go to the next level. So yes, I think we keep on exploring different options to be able to support that. Number two, about lowering the cost of investing or financing. I think in Tanzania, we're still not there yet because we talk about traditional banking. The way it's not that friendly, it's not cheap, and I'm sorry, Kai, we are looking at Stanbic and all that. Of course, I'm sitting with one who's on that board. We always talk, for instance, if you look at how profitable the banks are in Tanzania and how their profits keep on growing up and up, you're like, okay, they're doing a lot of business supporting businesses. But when you go in there and analyze where the profit is coming from, it's a bit disappointing, to be honest. It's fees after fees after fees. That's actually what to grow the profit of the banks. Is that what actually they're supposed to be doing? Unfortunately, I don't think so. And I don't think it's actually like in other parts of the world how banks are actually making money. So they have a number of structures, or maybe structured financing, which can actually help a variety of nature of businesses. So I'm not, attacking banks, but I think it's a high time we actually rethought the way we structure our business. We can be able to help our own businesses internally. I think there's an opportunity for banks to work with MNOs, because MNOs give them access to massive distribution channels. What I have noticed though, the pricing point is still not conducive to some of the smaller businesses. You gave examples of some of the products that the MNOs have developed, which is well and good. So access is coming there, yes. But what about the pricing? Because if I'm going to get access to a certain product and I find out I'm paying 60% in interest for that particular product, we go back to the same thing we said, am I working for my business or am I working for you? So I think as it's a market which is kind of growing. I hope we are going to get there, where we are going to have a pricing moment which is can actually work for the providers of the service, but also can work for the users of the services. So MNOs in the room and banks in the room, you are going to forgive him, but I think that's something that we really need to talk about. The last point I wanted to make, because before I give it to Martin, it's about the cost of compliance that we talked about, the cost of registration, the income tax and all that. And I think that's what we keep on talking about, which is really great. I mean, the good thing we are having that conversation at the moment. The good thing in this kind of platform where we kind of talk about those things, TRA is in, BRELA comes in, so policymakers actually are listening. Maybe what I always say, okay, can we be a bit faster in taking action? There is an example I always give. I mean, the CEO of BRELA is here. I've been asking some colleagues in BRELA, like, why do we still use the law? Like when I come to register a business, I have to be asked, I have to prove a physical office. In this era and age, we have identity numbers, we have phone numbers, which are now more like ID, and probably I don't need an office. I have my laptop and my phone, I can do business. Why do I have to prove that I actually work from here? So I think it's actually high time we think about it. And I've been asking some people, I'm not quite sure whether it's true, where this law came from. Somebody told me, some senior citizens, like, you know what, this law was introduced to actually make it difficult for Africans to own business, because this is the law of dating before independence, I guess. If it hasn't been amended, it could have been. Because then they did not have properties, and having access to property was not easy. So which means the only way to stop you from big business is actually to ask you that you have to provide proof of, having, it can be, it might not be accurate, but it kind of resonated with that, but I think this high time we start thinking about our policies, think about the kind of conditions we put on business when they are starting. But also think about, I mean, right now at least it's a good thing that we have started talking about exempting a startup from paying taxes for the first 1 year. All great, I say it's good progress, but it's not enough, right? That's why I think the Tanzania Startup Association is talking about having the startup policy, which is going to emulate probably what we're actually seeing in other countries like, Nigeria, Tunisia, where startups are given up to 5 years for some of them to actually start building and start paying taxes. It actually, if you think about in long term, it works in the 6th year if you give this startup like 5 years to build their business and grow. So I think it's just something that we need to start looking at and be able to think long term. So this in terms of, business people themselves, but also policymakers. So it's high time it's a good thing that you're having this kind of conversation, so we're going to get there. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
So I think he has touched most of the things. Mine is just one, what do we do in scaling up? Businesses, we run an accelerator at Warioba Venture. It's called Forward Accelerator. It's small, so we don't have the mass of Bahati. We only take 3 to 5 startups, but we at least ensure 1 or 2 must be a woman-owned technology startup. 1 or 2 out of 3 out of 5. No, it's 25%. So if we take 4, we'll have 1. At least 1 has to be. Carol, nimelelewa na gender activist. That corner I'm not in. But the what do we do before to scale them up? Yes, capital is a problem. But I honestly believe expertise, mentorship, corporate networks, just market knowledge and research are also equally important. So now Mkononi, I think last year, before we had even put in money, we had structured a lot of team contracts, agreements, business model that the revenue grew by $200,000 by us not putting a single cent in that business, by just moving things around. And you can see the value of what Anabahati is trying to do and WCW is trying to do with this program. That training helps a lot. What is happening? I think there's a lot of that is happening. And I know we always fail as Tanzanians to communicate well of what we are doing on the ground. But there's a lot of things that are happening, both on private and government sector. So if you've been running your business for the last 10 years, you realize even the systems of government now, they are catching up with us slowly, right? Now with your TIN number, TRA, it will list every single business that you own or you don't own. But that put emphasis on compliance. Eventually it de-risks a lot of things that are happening in the market. If you think about the bigger challenge why the interest rates are high, is the de-risking mechanism are not there. So banks will charge you 20% because they know Carol will return the loan, Martin will not return the loan. I cannot separate Carol and Martin, kwa hiyo what do I do? Charge both of them 20%. One of them will return, the other one won't return on average. That's my return there, right? They also have shareholders, they have regulators. Central bank says if you don't meet certain thresholds of profitability of your MPL are above 5% these days, we are not allowed to pay dividends. So all those things complicate the environment. But if you look at even the banks, there's a lot of SME funding opportunities that are there. CRDB, a shareholder, has a final say, right? So you think about Facebook and Google and everybody else. These companies are traded globally. They are owned by millions of people out there, but the founders have the voting rights. So when somebody owns 40% of your business, they don't necessarily mean they'll kick you out tomorrow. You can structure terms that me as an owner, my voting share, even if it's 10%, it's worth so much more on decision making. And those things, those mechanisms are out there. So exploit those, because equity funding
it comes at a zero interest rate for you. That's the money you can use to build and scale business. So I think the alternatives are out there. It's how we become aware of them and how we make ourselves visible as we started.
Wow, thank you so much. I was really worried of...
Just one funny thing. So in Ndawa Mkononi, one of the investors is willing to give us a venture, is willing us to give us a debt. And trust me, the interest rate is 0.5% in USD.
Okay. Thank you so much. So what I'm going to ask Martin and Joseph is to be with us throughout.
If it's women who have much more access, not only to assets, but to technology. Now we are talking to finances, and we are talking about becoming the voice. Our societies will learn to value women. Our societies will learn to challenge the social norms which are putting women as if they are children. When you want to go to have a bank account, you need your husband to sign with you. When you have access to land, you need even sometimes your son to be signing with you. What is this? Women are not children. They are grown-ups, and they know what they want to do. And in fact,
Martin?
They have been managing our families and our communities so well. It is a question of recognizing them and value their contribution.
When we talk about wealth creation, women are just not looking for just money. They're looking about what they do with the money. Women Creating Wealth program is really designed to inspire, equip women entrepreneurs who are kind of early stage, doing turnovers between $10,000 and $500,000, 2 years in business.
Side. And just building on top of what Martin and Joseph spoke about on the, I am very keen kwenye one point, and I'm going to speak in both languages, and that is for us to create wealth as traditional businesses inamaanisha as startups. And the only way to do that is to open the market. And so you cannot speak that kama huongelei trade. And how we can go, tunaongea sasa continent, for example, continent access. And I think miradi kama hii ambayo iko kwenye nchi mbalimbali, it gives us a glimpse of that. Especially women-owned businesses in such a way that it targets, because I'm a woman, and so I'm biased, so forgive me, gentlemen, but I believe a lot of women-owned businesses solve real-life problems. And hizi ziko cross markets pia. Kwa hiyo inamaanisha solution ambayo imetengenezwa hapa inafanya kazi Kenya, inafanya kazi Namibia, inafanya kazi wapi. Na uzuri ni kwamba the target audience pia, they have similar problems. So our social economic dynamics as a continent is more so similar. And so how do we open these borders in a way that says, mimi nina own microfinance, for example, here, but I can also finance women in Ghana. And who's going to open that Ghana market to me? Is it programs as such? Kwamba we have more programs that, for example, at Stanbic, again, kama mfano tu, we have a program that's done in 3 other markets, in Mozambique, in Uganda, and Kenya. And every time tunaongea how we can help Watanzania aende afunguliwe tena ikewe red carpet akienda Uganda. And then when they partner, what happens? They become stronger. They can reach a bigger market. Tunaona kwenye baadhi ya unicorns tunaziita kwenye startups zilizoongelewa kama Facebook and the likes. What made them successful sio cooperate kwenye US market peke yake. It's the fact that now, right now, you're sitting, you're using that app. Sindio? So how do we make, if we would really want to create wealth for women, we have to bring this into discussion. How are we pushing them, open markets for them? Sio hata continent. Maybe let's talk global, because then that will be shooting the stars, tutaishia mawinguni ambao okay, atakuwa na operate in Africa nzima. So tukiwa tuna build this, kwa sababu tumesema tunaacha kufikiria only micro, we're creating big businesses that are employing hundreds of thousands, and it's possible because they're there. There's Toyota, it's proof. There's Ford. Tuongele urembo basi, kwa sababu we can relate to it. Tuna L'Oreal, kuna nini? A group of companies, they're global businesses, and I think we can build them. But the only way we can do that is, okay, tunaongelea standards, are we meeting them? So what are the programs that are dealing with certification? Kwa sababu kuna some markets or kuna some industries, you can only operate if you are certified. And then I think they spoke about how competency. So in a vision, I'm passionate about it, but it's not enough. If you're dealing with microfinance, you need to have a finance expert, or else utafunga biashara. So kama tunataka kutoka kwenye income generation, there's some expertise we have to build. And then I'm daring say combat such programs as Women Creating Wealth are not only dealing with micro businesses, and this is not to kudogesha micro businesses. It's actually kuzikuza, kwa sababu mimi nikiwa na mradi mkubwa nitaajiri biashara ndogo ndogo zisupply kwenye mradi wangu mkubwa. And nitamwajiri, so job creators, innovators. Joe spoke about it. Kwamba there are tools, there are solutions that are being built by youth in the country. They can be used to these big businesses. So unaweza ukaua ndege wengi kwa jiwe moja. Kwamba if we are making even one big business women owned, and then what does that mean? It means hundreds of thousands of employment. It means hundreds of thousands of suppliers, contractors, ambao ni small businesses, micro businesses, yeah? And then it means we have a global batch, si ndio? Kwa sababu kila tunakoenda, again, I'm going to take an example of our neighbors, this time in a good way. Joe aliongelesha kuhusu stats za financing. They are, nadhani last year's market, they were leading. Sindio? Kwenye all the financing that is coming in the continent. Kenya was leading. Lakini pia, I watched Shark Tank. And this lady, amazing lady from Kenya, she was selling a brand ya kahawa. And the story she was selling are the stories I know hundreds of thousands of them. Naishi na hawa watu kila siku. But that story to the investors was powerful. I was like, I know Mama Amina, Mama Asha, Mama, who has a similar story, which means amesema amekuwa ana shamba la kahawa, and I know a lot of women ambao wamekuwa na shamba la kahawa. But that story, sisi tunaichukulia kawaida, but it's powerful out there because people fund for two different reasons. Kuna watu wamefikia stage, they're not funding for money, they're funding for impact. Again, as Joe said, it's the most sustainable way of solving socioeconomic problems. So I think that was about it.
I'm glad I was right to call you and say something, because imagine kama ungeondoka without telling us all that. Thank you so much for sharing that. Jamani, mjadala umekuwa mrefu alafu mfupi, hatujamaliza tumekatisha. So I think next time I think we should just have this one. Though we learned a lot from Women Creating Wealth session. So I don't know, we need more of these. If you haven't learned anything from anyone today, pole sana. If you don't need your eyes checked, then your ears should be checked. Or maybe punguza stress. Thank you so much, my panelists. Thank you so much, Kai. Thank you so much, our MC.
Panelists, please remain behind. Yes, panelists, please remain behind. Thank you so much. Jamani, makofi tafadhali. Naomba tuwapigie makofi. Kaka Martin and Kaka John, please remain behind. Kaka Martin and Kaka John, please remain behind. Please, mtaenda sasa hivi. Ningependa kukaribisha mgeni rasmi for just a brief picture with this panel. Dada Vida, please don't go. Kwa sababu Martin anaenda kwenye msiba, tungependa tuwe na hii kumbukumbu tafadhali. Yes. Mpige picha. The power of networking. As they're taking a picture, kwa kweli tuwapongeze tena tafadhali. It's been a very informative session. Imeanza asubuhi hadi mchana. Yani sasa hivi tuko mchana. It's been so informative. Mnasema hawasemi kitu wali marage, hawasemi kitu. Okay. Asanteni sana. Once again, one last round of applause. I would like to wealth, but before I do that, ningependa kutambua uwepo wa mwakilishi kutoka TanTrade. Kama upo number 2 tupungie. Mwakilishi kutoka TanTrade? Oh yes, there she goes. Yes. Karibu sana. Anna, here you go.
Thank you so much. How is everyone feeling? Huh? Inspired. And that's one of our learning method, game. The I is for inspiration. Mine is just a few words. Kumkaribisha sana mgeni rasmi wetu kwa siku ya leo, Mr. Godfrey Nyaisa, ambaye ni Chief Executive Officer wa BRELA. I'm sure every business person here knows of BRELA. This is the Business Registration Licensing Agency. Mgeni rasmi anamwakilisha waziri wa viwanda na biashara, ambaye mara kwanza tulidhani atakuja kuwakilishwa na naibu, lakini tumebahatika sana kumpata Mr. Godfrey Nyaisa kwa pamoja nasi. Karibu sana. Ndugu mgeni rasmi, mbele yako kuna wafanyabiashara mashuhuri, mbele yako kuna wanaomiliki biashara, business owners. Tuna networks mbalimbali za wanawake wafanyabiashara, tuna TWCC tupo. Yes, tupo. Lakini pia tuna wanawake mbalimbali ambao walishiriki mafunzo haya ya Women Creating Wealth toka mwaka 2016, 17 waka graduate, na kuna wengine ambao wameanza shule. Jamani, Women Creating Wealth naomba tupunge ili atuone. Hao ndio wanawake wa Women Creating Wealth. Lakini pia tuna stakeholders mbalimbali, wengine wametoka kuzungumza muda huu, na singependa kuchukua muda mrefu sana. Ningependa tu kukuambia kwamba leo tulikuwa tunasherehekea, lakini sherehe yenyewe imeendana na shule kubwa kweli. Siku ya leo tulikuwa tunaungana kusherehekea, tunaita wiki ya wajasiriamali duniani. Na sisi kama Women Creating Wealth Tanzania tukaamua kuungana na wenzetu ambao tulianza tarehe 14 South Africa, kuhakikisha kwamba tunasherehekea siku hii na kuwaleta pamoja wajasiriamali, lakini pia na stakeholders, kuona namna gani tunaendana na theme ya mwaka huu, Make Women Business Thrive. Tunataka kuona ni jinsi gani ya kufanya biashara hizo zithrive. Na hapo mwanzoni tuliwasikiliza wanawake hawa, walikuwa na mengi sana ya kuzungumza, lakini wengi wanasema program iliwasaidia biashara zao zikawa rasmi zaidi, waletea pia mafanikio, na nadhani utayazungumzia hayo kwa upana wake zaidi. Basi bila kuchukua muda mrefu sana, nikukaribishe mgeni rasmi uweze kuongea na hadhira hii ambayo walikuwa wana hamu sana ya kukusikia. Karibu sana.
Habarini za saa hizi. Yeah, it should be put on records that what I'm going to read here is a speech ambayo ni ya minister. It's not my speech. So, and immediately after reading my speech, I think you need to close your cameras so that what I'm going to say isiye ka distort speech ya minister. Manake na mambo mengi sana kuhusu akina mama na biashara na changamoto ambazo nimezi experience ndani ya BRELA, ndani ya muda mfupi ambao nimekaa. Kwa hiyo naombeni nianze kusoma speech ya Mheshimiwa Waziri. Invited guests, women entrepreneurs, stakeholders, member of the media. Ninawasalimu wote kwa jina la Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania. At the outset, I would like to thank God Almighty for bringing us here today for this important celebration of entrepreneurship, and specifically for this special event for women entrepreneurs. Let me take this opportunity to sincerely thank and congratulate the Graca Machel Trust through their Women Creating Wealth program, which I have been told that it has contributed immensely to women entrepreneurs' progress since 2017. Today, we heard of the impact this program has brought to women entrepreneurs from some of those who were part of the panel discussion. I would like to acknowledge the various GMT networks involved in different programs and initiatives across the country, particularly the Network of African Business Women who are hosting this program in Tanzania. I would also like to congratulate the new cohort of WCW Intergenerational of 150 women who are also represented here for joining this program. It is my hope that what you will learn immensely from this program and that it will impart the necessary knowledge and the skills that will add value to your entrepreneurial undertakings. Distinguished participants, it is not secret that women entrepreneurs have significantly boosted our country's economic growth over the years. Women play crucial roles in job creation, poverty alleviation, economic and community development. It's essential for us to recognize and appreciate the contributions of entrepreneurs, especially women, to our country's progress. The government, as a key stakeholder, is actively working to create a supportive environment for entrepreneurs to thrive. The government of Tanzania, through the Ministry of Industry and Trade and other government institutions, is committed to increase a supportive ecosystem in order to unlock the full potential of women entrepreneurs and harness their contributions to drive sustainable economic development. This involves implementing supportive legal framework, facilitating access to finance, offering capacity building programs, and supporting business incubation initiatives. I encourage all of you to make use of these opportunities to prosper in your businesses. Your government values your efforts and is committed to support you, recognizing and complementing your resilience and determination to achieve your full potential. Dear participants, I hope this event serves as an excellent opportunity for engaging in discussions about the current global entrepreneurship landscape. It is a chance to showcase GMT's impactful work in Tanzania and celebrate women entrepreneurs, including WCW alumni. I encourage you to seize this rare opportunity to learn, actively participate in all program phases, and apply the acquired knowledge. Dear participants, BRELA, an executive agency under the ministry, is responsible for formalization of businesses in the country through administration of laws relating to registration of companies, business names, trade and service marks, issuance of patents, business and industrial licensing. Understanding the importance and the benefits associated with business formalization, we have taken a number of initiatives in order to reach out to all our stakeholders through training programs, media platforms, and other programs on how to formalize businesses in the country. Naomba nisaidie maji kidogo. Sije nikaanguka hapa mkasema mmeniloga bure. I urge those yet to formalize their businesses to take this step and tap into the numerous benefits and opportunities that come with formalized businesses. Our services are easily accessible through the online registration system, maarufu kama ORS, eliminating the need for physical visits to our offices for registration and licensing services. I would once again like to thank the organizers of this event, Graca Machel Trust, through Women Creating Wealth Program, women entrepreneurs, and all the stakeholders for making this event a reality. Hongereni sana. In concluding, I would like to reiterate my sincere hope that this event will result in success, and with your active participation will continue to more clear light on empowering women entrepreneurs, boost the confidence, skills, and the networks of women entrepreneurs, enabling them to transition from income generation to wealth creation as per WCW goals. Distinguished guests, I thank you for your attention and I wish you success in your future endeavors. Asanteni kwa kunisikiliza. Nashukuruni. Sasa ya Mheshimiwa Waziri inaishia hapo. Tuanze kuongea yetu sasa. Hizi si mnazizima jamani au tunaendelea hivyo hivyo? Maana hizi zingine kwanza nashukuru, ila tu nisikitike kwamba you didn't invite Brella.
We did.
Maybe you invited through a wrong channel. Labda barua ya kuja Brella mmeipeleka CRDB. Sasa cha kwanza niwaambie tu kwamba Brella we are very open. Nadhani kwa wale ambao mmeshadili na Brella kwa muda mrefu sana, mnajua Brella imetokea wapi. And the transformation which we have done so far ni transformation kubwa sana. Wafanyabiashara wengi wana appreciate. You can imagine, na hiyo transformation is from the mindset, the dress code ya wafanyakazi. Nani alishawahi kufika Brella? Brella inahudumia 90% tunahudumia private sector. So we need, na private sector wanahitaji kufanyiwa kazi zao kwa haraka. Private sector huwezi kumweleza procedure, utaratibu, sijui nini, kitu gani kimekaa hivi, sijui na nini. No. Private sector anataka akiloji document yake leo, kesho anapata document yake ili endelee na mambo mengine. Sasa for us, most of the civil servants, of which I'm always telling them, so long as mtu anajua anaingia kazini, siku 30 zinapita anapata mshahara. Hata ile appraisal system yetu sio nzuri sana compared to the private sector. Sisi tunahitaji mtu awahudumie wa Tanzania, watu wahudumie wajasiriamali, wafanya biashara. Akitaka kufanyiwa kitu kwa wakati fulani, wewe ni kumweleza utaratibu ni huu hapa, and then akiloji dokumenti yake basi apate huduma kwa wakati. Mimi nashukuru nimealikwa kwenye hii forum. Mimi nimekuwa na mama yangu. Mimi ni first born kwetu. Hakuna biashara ambayo hatujafanya na mama. Labda ile biashara nyingine ambayo sio nani. Lakini biashara, ukisema biashara, hakuna biashara ambayo. Mimi hakuna pombe ambayo sijui kupika. Mimi naweza nikakuelezea process ya kutengeneza gongo kuanzia mwanzo mpaka mwisho. Na nawaambiaga watu, Mama yangu alikuwa ni mjasiriamali. Tunapika wanzuki, tunapika pombe zile za machicha. Mimi nimeshachimba mpaka madini. Lengo ni nini? Unafanya shughuli za ujasiriamali bila wewe mwenyewe kujua kwamba hiki unachokifanya ni ujasiriamali. Na those days nilikuwa kama form 2. Naambia watu mimi nilifukuzwa shule form 2. Kwa sababu kwa nini? Nilienda kuchimba madini nikapotelea huko, lakini the only amount which I remember I got kwenye kuchimba madini ni shilingi 1500. Nikaishia kununua suruali ya mchele. Sasa hao waliozaliwa hivi karibuni hawajui suruali ya mchele maana yake nini. You see, sasa najua wanawake changamoto walizonazo kwenye biashara. Unaweza ukawa unafanya biashara ambayo ni very genuine, lakini unashtukia unajitumbukiza kwenye mambo mengine. Kwa nini? Mtu unaweza ukampelekea product, yeye badala ya kufikiria ile product uliompelekea anafikiria vitu vingine. You see? Kuna mtu alikuwa anatuuzia wakati tuko chuo sisi. Wadada wale walikuwa wanauza mandazi pale kwenye mabweni. Mimi nimesoma Mzumbe. Mtu anaitisha lile sinia zima la vitumbua, analipia lote. Mwanafunzi analipia sinia zima, anamwambia niletee chumbani. Lakini yule dada ameenda pale kwa ajili ya kufanya biashara. Unaona? Kwa hiyo hapo in between hapo unaweza ukawa ni mjasiriamali unafanya biashara, lakini kuna changamoto nyingi sana ambazo unakutana nazo. Kuna mitego mingi. Mamangu alikuwa anauza pombe, anatutwisha kreti za wanzuki. Tunatengeneza wanzuki. Wanzuki unajua ukitengeneza hutakiwi kuijaza mpaka juu. Lazima uache space hapa, unaiweka nusu. Unaacha space kwa ajili ya gesi. Kwa sababu ukijaza mpaka juu ikilipuka usiku, wakati mwingine zinalipuka zinagonga kwenye bati juu huko. Kwa sababu hakuna formula ambayo ni standard. Yaani unasema kwamba kipimo hiki hapa nikiweka hivi itakuwa hivi. Unaona? Sasa tunaenda na mama, mimi nimejitwisha, anamtuma mtu naenda kamwambie kreti zile tulizompelekea mara ya kwanza zimeisha. Anatuambia hebu kamwambieni Nyaisa aniletee zile zilizokuwa zimebaki. Unajitwisha kreti, unakuta mama kule anacheza muziki, ana entertain, na mimi mtoto wa kiume ana entertain wateja kwa kucheza nao, kwa sababu asipo wa entertain hawezi kuuza pombe. Na hapo ni kwenye pombe za kienyeji. Sasa wakati mwingine namwangalia of course mama yangu, nasema anakula na maisha saizi, lakini alihaso in between hapo. Na hapo upate sasa mtoto anayetambua. Sometimes nyinyi wakina mama mnaweza mkao mnahangaika, lakini watoto wenu hawajui unahangaika namna gani ndani ya familia. Kuna kitu ambacho ni cha msingi sana kingine. Wanawake mnazo changamoto sana kwenye shareholding ya makampuni yenu. Wewe unaweza mume wako akawa na kudanganya kwamba wewe ni among the shareholders. Hujawahi kuja hata kucross check. Na sisi akina mama huwa tukipenda tunapenda kweli. Kwa hiyo assume kwamba mume wangu mimi kaniweka huko. Sasa mume wako anafariki au mume wako ana shares kwenye makampuni mengi huko. Hujui anakuja kufariki, unakuja BRELA au hata hujui wakati mwingine. Na yule bwana akishajua, kwa sababu kiutaratibu kisheria ni kwamba mume wako anapofariki kama alikuwa ni shareholder kwenye kampuni fulani, lazima aje, yani wale waliobaki watoe taarifa. Tunawaambia tuleteni cheti cha kifo. Kwa hiyo wengi wanachofanya anabadilisha tu, haleti taarifa. Kwa sababu anajua akileta taarifa ya shareholder mwenzake amefariki, tutamtaka tupatie minutes za kikao cha familia. Sasa wanapiga crossing, wanabadilisha. Au mtu mwingine anakuja pale anasema mimi naambiwa mume wangu kanitoa. Kaambia sasa mimi ni kwa sababu nimekuwa na mama. Na kwa wakati mwingine na huruma. Naambia hebu utaratibu kuna procedure zake. Lakini naambia hebu ngoja nichungulie. Na angalia unakuta kweli katolewa. Unamwambia mama hii ni sahihi yako? Anasema hii ni sahihi yangu. Ilikuwaje ukajitoa kwenye kampuni sasa? Mimi siku hiyo nilikuwa nanyonyesha. Mume wangu akaja ananiambia karatasi hizi zinatakiwa BRELA. saini haraka haraka hapa, nikasaini. Amesaini, amejiondoa. Sasa wewe tunamsaidiaje? Anasema mimi nilikuwa nanyonyesha, na kweli kabisa akikuelezea yale mazingira, you can see the situation. Kwamba ni kweli huyu mama inawezekana alikuwa ananyonyesha, yeye akasaini, akatoka kwenye kampuni. Juzi kuna mtu mmoja ameenda shule kabisa, ana masters, ana nini, yuko vizuri, tena amekuja ofisini kwangu. Ananiambia na kampuni, nikamwambia hebu ngoja niangalie. Kuangalia nikakuta ana 20%, lakini mtaji mkubwa kautoa yeye. Mume wake kaandika pale 80%. Nikamtajia, akataka kuanguka chini. Nikamwambia, anasema ngoja nimpigie hapa. Nikamwambia tulia. Haya, uende ukamuelezea kitandani kule, mkiwa mmekaa hivi unaanza kumsimulia. Lakini ukianza kumpigia simu hapa hivi utatuletea shida. Wewe toka kwanza kwenye gate la Brela hapo ndio muanze kupigiana simu huko. Umpigie simu hata ukiwa kwenye gari unaendesha mwenyewe ukagonga, shauri yako. Lakini mimi nimekwambia. Kwa hiyo ninachowaomba, kama unajua uko in shares ama na mwenzako ama na mume wako ama na yeyote yule, make sure unajua the actual position ndani ya Brela. Mnaanzisha makampuni, memats zile zinavyoandikwa imesajiliwa, yani wewe unachofuatilia imesajiliwa. Kuna mtu kaja, lawyers kajiweka kwenye nani, yani mwanasheria amejipatia share, naye ni shareholder, na huyo mtu sasa ni mheshimiwa mkubwa kabisa. Anambia, kaka, nini kilitokea hapa? Fala kabisa, mimi nitampiga risasi sijui nani. Nikamwambia hiyo haisaidii. Ili kuwaje? Wewe ndio ulisaini hapa? Hakuna. Kwa hiyo tunakoelekea na tulipo sasa hivi, you need to be genuine. Fanya vitu ambavyo ni kweli, ni genuine. Yale maisha ya ujanja ya miaka ya nyuma huko tuachane nayo. Lazima ujue sisi we are very open. Nyie njooni pale Brela kama una changamoto yoyote ile kwenye shares. Wakati wengine hawajui mume wake alifariki maskini. Wanaume wanajua wakati mwingine anaficha. Unajua wanasema marriage is the only war where two enemies can sleep together. That's a fact. Kwenye ndoa ndio vita pekee ambayo maadui wanalala kitanda kimoja. Huo ndio ukweli, lakini watu sometimes hawataki. Of course wapo wengine ambao they are good na nini, mtu anaambia tu andika tu mke wangu fanya hivi. Lakini mostly mtu anafariki
wetu ni coach Gloria Lema. Mama tuelekee tafadhali. Anafuata coach Bartholomew Mayenga. Awa mwisho lakini sio kwa umuhimu ni coach Christian Mpalana.
Vigelegele mama. Okay, coaches ambao mmeenda kukaa, naomba muje tu for a picture, please. Please just to the front. Let's give these guys a round of applause, jamani. Wanajitahidi, wamededicate muda wao. Yani, I would say like midwives, ili ufikie pale. Yani, they are pushing you to get to your destiny. So naomba kweli tuwapigie makofi wakati tunapiga group picture. And please smile, smile for Africa. Thank you so much. Madam Anna, please just go on with the closing remarks.
Sio tungefanya picture session kabisa.
So this tusiwasumbue namba mkae hapa. We're going to go into a photo session. Can we have the GMT network, all of the GMT network? All of you, please just come up front. From advocacy to new faces, new voices. The whole GMT network, please come in front for a group photo. GMT. I see Vida, Network of African Business is already there. Advocacy team, new faces, new voices. Women in media. Agribusiness, if you're here at GMT, agribusiness, please come. Hi, watu wamefika? Is this the whole GMT? As they're finalizing the Women Creating Wealth Alumni, what 2016, 2017, and the 2023, number 2, Mujitayarisha, you're next. Alumni, just stand and... Okay, please come, please come. Mpiga picha, you're done with this group? Alumni, please come, 2016, 2017, and 2023, current. And Afawe pia. So mpiga picha tatupanga. So e-code tunaanza na 2016 first, 2016 and 2017. Okay. sorry, this is just for 2016. 2016 peke yake. So mix, we're going in groups wamesema. So 2016 naomba msimamie. 2016, 2017. 2016 is only one person or there's more? Okay guys, kwa sababu ya muda 2016, 2017 wote tuje hapa. Mpiga picha tupange tu ili tuokoe muda. We're out of time. So hao wengine wote ni 2023. Okay, wait. Please smile, African ladies. You are wealthy women. Eh? You can't look too serious. You're not in the bank. Afawe in 2023. Afawe. 2023. 2023. Intergenerational. What ndoni? Intergenerational. Mfuate maelekezo ya mpiga picha. Okay. Afawe in 2023. Okay, thank you. And then the next group, intergenerational. Au mliosimama hapa ni kundi gani? Intergenerational, naomba muende mbele. Sindo tuko hapa. Guys, please come in front. Ni intergenerational. Ni kundi gani guys? Intergenerational, right? Asante. Sasa stakeholders, all the stakeholders. If you know you're a stakeholder, please come in front. Aya, all guests who are here and you've not taken a picture, karibuni mbele. Wageni waalikwa ambao hamjapiga picha, mlikuwa hamko kwenye kundi lolote, tafadhali karibuni sana mbele. Namuona mama hapo anacheka, si kwa nini anajijua. Wageni wote waalikwa ambao hamjapiga picha, please come in front. Wealthy women, karibuni mbele. Baada ya hapo kunakuja board ya NMW. Wageni waalikwa wote ambao hawajapiga picha ni hawa tu. Okay, going 1, 2, 3. And then board ya NMW. Yes, the board please. The wealthy board, please come in front. If you're here and you've not networked with anybody, au wanaokuja mbele naomba uangalie vizuri sana and make sure you sit next to one of them during lunch. They are board members, but they also have big businesses. They've been coached, mentored, and graduated. Waandishi wa habari karibuni sana mbele. Media team, tech team, please come in front for a picture. Please, media team, hatuwezi kumwangusha mheshimiwa mgeni wetu. Mr. Geoffrey. Hawataki kusajili biashara, wanakataa eti. Waandishi wa habari, media team, karibuni mbele. Haya, watu ndio kiti. Media team, tech team, waandishi wa habari. Ni ruksa jamani. Upige picha ili siku moja ukaenda Brela, yani ukisumbuliwa sana, unasema unajikumbuka ile event nilikuwepo. Fursa ndo hii. Yes. Wealthy people maximize their opportunities. Haya, karibu dada Ana.
Habari ya mchana tena. Kwa sasa sina cha kusema. Niwashukuru sana sana kwa kuweka muda wenu kuwa na sisi. Kwa wale jamani, kina nani wanabaki baada ya lunch? Wale stakeholders, for the stakeholders engagement, naomba tusikimbie. Hatutakaa sana. Na kwa wale wageni wetu, we will join together for lunch at Alcove. Pale nje watatuelekeza. Once again, thank you so much for joining us. You have made this a wonderful day by being here. Asanteni sana. For those who have been following us online, celebrating Women Creating Wealth, the Tanzania version, thank you so much. We have come to the end of our session, our celebration. And for later, we'll start the stakeholders mapping and engagement, which will go on for also tomorrow. Here we celebrate women entrepreneurs. Here we appreciate women entrepreneurs. Here we appreciate the systems that are on the ground. We appreciate all the stakeholders. And we are truly looking forward to working with each and every one of you to make sure that we are turning these businesses into wealth creation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Asante. Just two announcements. Please follow us on all social media. Women Creating Wealth on all social media platforms. And we've been live. And my good name is Subira Bauji. It's been a pleasure to host you all. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you.